Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, may we rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds.
Morning, councillors. Can we remain standing for a moment of silence, meditation, or prayer? Those of us at the back, can we be silent? Thank you. Thank you so much. We may be seated.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 37th ordinary meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality, the budget speech debate and consideration of reports will be held on Thursday, 28th of May, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the Constance, Conny, Bapela Council Chamber, the Metropolitan Centre in Braamfontein, and the first item is opening.
Colleagues, we are on opening on the agenda, but we are moving around like we have not started. And yesterday I spoke to whips and leaders of caucuses, but we still seem to be doing the same thing. Councillor Chuma, we still seem to be doing the same thing. There are even caucuses that are taking time outside, and it's really, really not right. It's like we are running a kindergarten rather than running government. And now we are all going to scream, I did not put this up for a debate. I'm not taking hands. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Celo Dada Morero, Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, IT. Do I colleagues, apologies for me breaking in the middle of opening, but IT has asked that we just give them 10 minutes. Power is cutting at the bottom. So if we can have 10 minutes without disturbance for the power to assist. Councillor De Rocha, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I would like to point out that yesterday you threatened to throw me out because I said something, and the MMC was waving a belt around and you did nothing about it.
Councillor
You are being
Derocha,
biased,
Councillor
Speaker.
Derocha, please, please, please. Councillors, I did not ask for anybody from the other side to defend. Thank you so much. We are breaking for 10 minutes. At 10:13, we are back. I thank you, colleagues. Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker, can we do something with the aircon, please? It's very hot in the chamber.
There is a problem with the electricity, so obvious everything that goes to electricity will not be working, even your plugs. So we are fixing that. Thank you so much. Aircon as well as the... Thank you.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Councillor Abdul. Councillors, while you are very informal, I'm still waiting for IT to fix the problem. And I hope it's not going to be a problem when we start council sitting after time. There's sparks coming out at the bottom. So can we please just hold on and let them fix what they have to fix? It's not up for debate. Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, we are starting. Can we all move back to our seats? GCFO and MPEC. MPEC, can you move to your seats? We're not. Councillor Mosetla. Councillor Mosetla and Executive Mayor. Colleagues, if you don't belong in the chamber, can you move out? Can we be seated? Councillors at the back. Whip of Action SA. Councillor Mbengwa, can you go to your seat? Councillor Mbengwa, can you go to your seat? Good morning once again. We are not going to go out for the 10 minutes because I believe everybody had a chance to sign the register. Can we get how many people have signed the register? Colleagues, whilst we are waiting 2 minutes on the register, I would ask that we all of us were given a rule book when you were sworn in as a councillor. So can you take out your rule book? It's like when you go to church, you have your Bible. Take out your rule book and go to Rule 30. Can we go to Rule 30? Councillor Mpolobosho, can you be seated? Chair Mpolobosho, can you be seated? We are counting you. We are counting you. Whilst they are counting, I'm going to read the following. Conduct of councillors during a council or committee meeting. When attending to the business of council and committee meetings, councillors must conduct themselves in a way that demonstrates respect for the council, committee chairperson, and other councillors. They must conduct themselves in compliance with the code of conduct for councillors and in accordance with the provision of these rules. Must not distribute any material other than the agenda, speakers list, urgency reports, motions, amendments to reports, and minutes of meetings of the council prior to the commencement of or at meetings of the council unless the speaker has approved the distribution of such material. Must be identified at all times and wear a name badge in instances where a councillor acts in his or her official capacity as a councillor of the city of Johannesburg. Must not use photographic equipment, recording devices, and other multimedia devices and unless they are on silent mode and only for the purpose of the meeting and in line with applicable legislation. Must not walk between the presiding officer and a councillor who is speaking. Must not walk in front of the presiding podium or approach the presiding podium. Must not engage in conduct or behavior that disturbs the proceedings. A request to the presiding officer to adjourn the meeting of council to allow for caucus shall only be put to the presiding officer by the party whip and or the leader of any of the political parties represented in council or their nominees. I also want to say what happened yesterday in council by Councillor, and a pity is not in the chamber, by MMC Kunene, should not be allowed because it will set a precedent that we are allowing misconduct in council. And I am going to ask Councillor Kunene, MMC Kunene, to apologize to whoever, and I believe it was Councillor Maile, that he pointed the belt. No, councillors, this is exactly why I said read Rule 30. And it doesn't mean because it was MMC Kunene to the DA or the DA to MMC or anybody, misconduct will be dealt with. And we are going to charge Councillor Marcel. You have heard what we said yesterday. We are going to charge misbehavior at 500 Rand per councillor. And the Rule 30 speaks exactly to behavior in council. And that applies to the speaker or the mayor, to all of us. I thank you. Can we start now?
This is the head count and this is the register.
Councillors, the head count is 172 and the register is 203. Councillor, there is no debate on what I've just said. There is no debate. And there's no point of order on what I've just said. Can I hear you?
Speaker, I'm not debating anything, Speaker. I'm saying while we are still on that point of conduct in council, please can we caution the swimmer, Helen Ziller, from streaming in council, because that's unbecoming. The people can't shoot a live stream in council and we say it's okay, Speaker. We can't.
Unless
I'm out of order.
Thank you, Councillor.
Correct me, madam. She can't shoot a live in council while she's a guest here.
Thank you.
And you need to caution that as much as you are cautioning Councillor Kunene. Please speak on that and ban her from council ever again because she is doing wrong things in here. So we can't be selective about what. No, Speaker. Speaker, please. Speaker, please. Speaker, please. Speaker, please.
I've heard you, Councillor.
Please,
and
Speaker.
I want to
Can I be given?
it?
No, please, Speaker. I'm begging you. Now I'm begging you.
Can you continue?
Yes, Speaker.
Can you continue
Thank you,
and finish?
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Please, as much as we are talking about conduct, it should not only apply to councillors, but guests that we call to this council sitting, because taking off video material while council is on is unbecoming and wrong. And we need to caution that because we are setting a wrong precedent, Speaker. Please, my comments are not frivolous at all and are raising issues of conduct. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. No, councillors, I'm not going to allow anything. I have noted what you have said. I've noted, Councillor, what you have said. And it is always said to people that are in the gallery that they should not be doing that. It is only authorized media that does that on the top, nobody else. So if it has been seen that Helen Ziller has done that, we are pleading with the DA to tell her not to do that. Councillor Belinda, I'm not going to take it. No, we are done. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Sello. Yeah, we could. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Silo Morero. Councillor, how can I continue if you scream? Councillor Belinda, I know. I've just spoken, no. I've just spoken on code of conduct. Councillor Avance Smith, the councillor behind you, can you caution him? This next to Councillor Masera. Councillor Avance Smith, and then good, and then we close. I've noted what the other councillor has said. No, I've got him. No, councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to caution Councillor Rapadu for misleading this chamber. That video that wasn't streamed during council, if you look at it carefully, it was edited, and anything that was edited in it was taken from the YouTube feed and done post-council. So he's misleading council. Thank you.
Councillor Good. Councillor Good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you've just given such a lovely presentation on the Code of Conduct of Councillors. However, the body language and the insults that came from Councillor Jacobs are completely unacceptable.
Thank you. Can we close it? And by the way, rules also applies to public officials and the media. So everybody has got to follow the rules of council. If you're up there, you follow our rules. You don't do as you please. Thank you so much. Can I start the meeting? Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Silo Morero, Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masuku, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Voani Marema, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chairperson of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the 37th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Please join me in wishing well all councillors who celebrated their birthday during the month of April and those who are celebrating during the month of May. Congratulations to all of you for growing a year older. We have already got the quorum, so we will not have the 10 minutes, and I've given it 172 that's inside and 203 that is signed. So we do correct. STC?
We now proceed to applications for leave of absence.
We have one application, which is Councillor Mkwena from the APC, late arrival. Councillor Ahmed, that is at mosque. We all know that Muslims are celebrating Eid today, and also Councillor Christians that has tendered his apology. He's also celebrating Eid, and those are the apologies that we have here. Can I see hands? Councillor Harris at the back, Councillor Masera, Councillor Dalanga, Councillor Munyai, Councillor Matthew, Councillor Makuba, Councillor Ndlela, and Councillor Mohapi, and the last one, Councillor Simonse. In that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning, EM, MMCs, chairs, all officials. Please excuse Councillor Norman Konza, who's away on private business, and Chris Ralston, who is away with sick health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Masera.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to you and all the colleagues in the House. I've got the following LOAs for DA councillors. Councillor Rashida Landis, religious reasons. Councillor Lerato Mpefu, ill health. Councillor Makati Sane Papo will arrive late. Councillor Maureen Munisi, ill health. And Councillor Zander Shaw will leave early this afternoon around 2 o'clock. Carlos Darocha, Councillor Carlos Darocha to leave at 1600. Councillor Nomzegela Mohammed will arrive late this morning. Councillor Vasco da Gama will also arrive late. And Councillor Gert Niemand will leave this afternoon at 1400. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Delanga.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, Councillor Richard Pelser is struggling with a severe ear infection. He will leave at 11 o'clock. He's got a doctor's appointment at 12. Councillor Richard Pelser. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Munyai.
Ndimacheloni kuchipikara kuvaka action ese rana makansela ratoverawo family responsibility ndi kansela Masuku, kansela Zwane, kansela Shumba na kansela Apan, and then party business and the kansela Sondaha, kansela Nkwecheni, kansela Mposula, kansela Wisla, kansela Mukondo, kansela Tswaidi. Anado shika urenga ndi kansela Mavelevele, anado totabanya ndine kansela Munyaye ndi tutuanga 3. Loribu.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, Chairpersons, Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip. Speaker, I am asking to be excused at 3 p.m. due to urgent party business.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ndlela. Oh, Councillor Makuba. Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. For the IFP, it's Councillor Nyembe, ill health.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. ANC caucus is Councillor MMC Mnisi, ill health, Councillor Nzimande, Councillor Smelane, Councillor Francisco, late arrival. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mohape.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the councillors from the EFF, MMC Goma, MMC Makafula, and Councillor Mashudu running late. Councillor Ngwenya, ill health, Councillor Mukasi, family bereavement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Simonse.
Sorry, Speaker, my apology. The EFF caucus will request to leave at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Councillor Simonse.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, to every guest in the House. Later arrivals will be MMC Kunene and Councillor Smaus, and religious LOAs for Councillor Caldine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are these apologies noted? Okay.
We now proceed to the debate on the budget.
Thank you, colleagues. Yes, Councillor Ntombela.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. Action SA will ask for, who is requesting for a 1-hour caucus break. Thank you.
Colleagues, I just want to say this quickly before I grant you. Our system is very fragile today. And with that, I do not know when it can switch on and when it can switch off. I'm going to grant you, and it's nothing personal, I'm granting you 30 minutes. I honor, the system is fragile. You will see us going on and off and on and off. 30 minutes, please. I'm asking you, please. 30 minutes, and can everybody else then do anything in that 30 minutes? Thank you so much. We're coming back at 11:15, sharp.
Speaker, you didn't congratulate the DA for taking Ward 28 in Mfuleni. It's quite...
Councillor? Ay man, Sefumba.
You didn't.
I didn't hear what you said. I just heard Mfuleni. Can we go to our seats? We've had 2 minutes over the time. Can the whips of political parties ensure that people are seated? Some of you want to go early, so we need to deal with the business of the day. Can we be seated? Thank you, colleagues. We are now back to the business of the day. We are starting on Executive Mayor and Bata protocol. Okay. The aircon is on. I can see there are some people that want to say the aircon is not on. It's on. It will kick in. Can Action SA please report back?
Ndoriwa which pikara wori pachpinga Renesa Action SA Rova Ramba Rafeza Riadiwa which pikara Mutangano ngaya panda nda.
Was the last one Bapela? Thank you so much.
Councillors, we are on the third item, and that is the debate on the budget speech.
Thank you so much. Can we now be seated because we are going to have people speaking? Can we have ANC, Councillor D. Modupi? Councillor Mhlongo.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me greet you and thank you for providing me with this opportunity to engage on this very critical instrument of service delivery, the budget of the City of Johannesburg. But before I delve any deeper, allow me to extend my greetings to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Ntate Sello Morero, his Deputy Executive Mayor, Meloiso Masuku. Allow me to also extend my greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Ntate Kazamule Chauke. Also allow me to extend my greetings to the Deputy Chief Whip of the African National Congress in this council, Uma Mumakosaza Nandlela. Also allow me to extend my greetings to the Chair of Chairs, Ndade Adolf Marema, together with the entire collective of the chairpersons of respective Section 79 committees. Also allow me to greet colleagues, the entire council, councillors in this Conny Bapela chamber in general, and councillors of the African National Congress in particular. I would have done an injustice without greeting the guests who have visited us here, and also the viewers at home. Madam Speaker, as I've already indicated, that this is a very critical instrument of service delivery. I'm standing here to debate on this budget, which is about 97.1 billion rand. This budget, Madam Speaker, is in two components. The first component is the capital leg of 8.8 billion rand. The second is the operating revenue of 90.4 billion rand with the operating expenditure of 88.3 billion rand, giving us a surplus of 2.1 billion rand. This budget, I know some may want to argue, Madam Speaker, that it is not funded. I want to argue on behalf of the African National Congress to say this budget is funded. Many will point to our historical trends of cash collection. If you look recently on Channel 4-5 Newsroom Africa, Ntatese Morero, who is our executive mayor, told the world that towards the end of the third quarter and in the beginning of this quarter, we saw improvements with cash collection hovering around 90%. That is very important to acknowledge, Madam Speaker. I think this city is doing very well in that regard. And I want to say to the councillors of the African National Congress and the entire collective of the crew, we must give ourselves a round of applause for having worked like this. Madam Speaker, I'm saying with that 90%, we can increase it to reach the benchmark of the National Treasury, which is 95%. We are closer to that, which is the sustainability cash collection rate. But there are other factors that are going to make us to improve our collections. Yesterday, when we were listening to the budget speech, the MMC of Finance, Meloiso Masuku, indicated that we are going to reduce our energy loss from 27% to 15%, which is likely to result to extra 3.9 billion rand. That should be applauded because as the city of Johannesburg, we have been experiencing difficulties. But with that, we are going to see exponential increase in our cash collection. Madam Speaker, while we are still at it, we are also going to reduce non-revenue water to making sure that we improve our cash collection. Also important, we are saying for us to achieve this, we need to, Madam Speaker, to have that symbiotic relationship with our residents as the city of Johannesburg. They must pay so that the city can, so that,
just hold on, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillors, we just all read Rule 30 this morning, and there's two councillors at the back that is moving up and down and actually not allowing the speaker on the podium to be able to speak. Can we not do that? And all those that are walking at the back, can you be seated? No, colleagues, we can't have this. Councillors, we can't have this. We can't be calling on people to have order all the time. Councillor, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, as I was indicating that the residents of the city of Johannesburg, we are pleading with them to also pay so that the city can deliver. And also, if you are to check the speech, Madam Speaker, also acknowledge that there might be some macroeconomic trends, meaning that the budget was modeled against the stress testing and is going to withstand those circumstances if they arise. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the budget also acknowledged that we do have people who are unable to pay. And those people across the city, even those who are able to pay, will be given 6 kiloliters of water. And those who are ESP holders will be getting 15 kiloliters of water together with 50 kilo hours of electricity. This is a very comprehensive and inclusive budget, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. As the ANC, we support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madupi. Can we have Councillor N. Edward from Action SA?
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mayor, the fabulous 44, and the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, today we are not debating a budget. We are debating the collapse of governance in the city of Johannesburg. What was presented before the residents...
Councillor Edward, just hold on. Councillors, at the back, Chief Whip, please speak to the councillor that actually went to Councillor Madupi now. No, man. There are people in the gallery watching us. No, you went to talk to them. Thank you, Councillor. You can carry on. No. Councillor Chauke went to speak to those councillors that were out of order. No. No. Councillor, can you continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are not debating a budget. We're debating the collapse of governance in the city of Johannesburg. What was presented before the residents of Johannesburg yesterday was not a budget speech. It was a political rally disguised as a budget presentation. It was an election campaign funded by the suffering residents of Johannesburg. Residents of Johannesburg must ask themselves, when did a budget speech become an ANC election manifesto? When did the serious responsibility of accounting for public money become an opportunity for political grandstanding and self-praise? But perhaps we should not be surprised, because when a government that can no longer distinguish between governance and politics, it also begins to struggle to distinguish between public resources and political interests. That is the real crisis confronting Johannesburg today. Speaker, what we listened to yesterday sounded like a broken record, repetitive political slogans, recycled promises, exaggerated achievements, and empty rhetoric from a government desperately pleading with residents to give it one more opportunity to continue squandering public money, mismanaging infrastructure, and deepening financial collapse of the once great city. The claim that Johannesburg today represents a world-class African city is no longer a vision. It is a political fiction completely disconnected from the lived reality of residents in Johannesburg. A world-class African city does not have collapsing roads. A world-class city does not have dry taps for days. A world-class African city does not have sewer flowing into communities. A world-class African city does not have traffic lights permanently dysfunctional. A world-class city does not have to watch businesses close down while unemployment rises. And yet, yesterday we heard boasting about hosting international events, tourism, conferences and summits, while residents sit in the dark, while businesses collapse, and while unemployment continues to rise. Speaker, the government of local unity is completely out of touch with the reality faced by ordinary residents. The budget speech lacked accountability. In fact, what was presented yesterday was effectively an admission of failure, an admission that this administration cannot implement its own capital projects, an admission that service delivery has collapsed, an admission that infrastructure maintenance has failed, an admission that financial management has collapsed, an admission that this coalition government has become paralyzed by instability and political survival. And yet, this is the same government entrusted with managing the largest municipal budget in South Africa. Residents of Johannesburg must think carefully in the upcoming elections on the 4th of November 2026, because the failure of this city cannot remain in the hands of those who helped drive it into decline. Speaker, Action SA will not allow history to be distorted. We will not allow propaganda to erase performance. We will not allow political misinterpretation to erase results. The incoming executive mayor of Johannesburg, Herman Mashaba, has already demonstrated
has already demonstrated between 2016 and 2019 what a capable government looks like. While others speak, the incoming mayor, Herman Mashaba, delivered. While others held conferences, Herman Mashaba built. While others produced slogans, Herman Mashaba implemented, and the record speaks for itself. Under the leadership of Herman Mashaba, frontline workers, 1,879 cleaners and 4,185 security personnel were insourced and given dignity. The city increase facilitated investment from 4.5 billion to 17.3 billion by 2019.
Councillor Belinda. Just hold on, councillors, please.
Morning, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to call a point of order, Rule 72. Madam Speaker, we cannot sit quiet and allow the councillor to mislead this House. Between 2016 and 2019, it was a DA government, not an Action SA government.
Thank you, Councillor Belinda. Thank you, Councillor Belinda. Can you carry on, Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over 32 billion in investment was unlocked through inner city rejuvenation initiatives.
Before I allow you, Councillor, before I allow you, can you be seated, Councillor? Can you be seated whilst the Councillor speaks? No. Councillors.
Where?
Can you speak, Councillor?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to find out if the Speaker on the podium is prepared to take a question.
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Councillors, I do believe that the MMC needs to respond after this. So can we allow people to speak so that she can also understand what people are saying and when she responds? Councillor, please. Also you, Councillor Monyai, can you also shush? Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over 32 billion in investment was unlocked through inner city rejuvenation initiatives. Approximately 21,000 construction jobs were created. More than 14,500 affordable housing opportunities were unlocked. Extended cleaning hours were introduced across Johannesburg. New clinics were opened in Hillbrow, Nogeser, Freedom Park, and Westbury. 5 free community substance abuse centers were opened to assist struggling residents. The city collapsed 15% of its capital budget to housing. The city allocated 15% of its capital budget to housing, the largest housing budget in Johannesburg history. More than 6,200 housing units were delivered. More than 8,000 title deeds were transferred to beneficiaries. 198 kilometers of water pipes and 125 kilometers of sewer pipes were replaced. Over 6,300 public lights were installed. Informal settlements received integrated waste collection services. Nearly 1,000 lane kilometers of roads were resurfaced. Those were not promises. Those were measurable outcomes. Those were not election slogans. They were real projects felt by residents in their daily lives. Speaker, those who truly want to improve governance must ask the executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, how it is done. She is demonstrating that ethical leadership, financial discipline, and service delivery can work together. And I have no doubt, Speaker, she would gladly share the blueprint and framework for free. Because real leadership is not about slogans and political rhetoric. It is about delivering the results for the people of Johannesburg. Speaker, today, Johannesburg stands in complete contrast to that period. Infrastructure is collapsing, investment confidence is declining, businesses are leaving, residents are losing hope, unemployment is rising, municipal entities are failing, and the city's finances are under severe pressure. The decay under the government of local unity is no longer hidden. It is visible in every ward, in every community, in every suburb, in every township, in every informal settlement. In Alexandra, it's visible. In Orange Farm, it's visible. Every broken road is visible. Every water outage, every collapse, every broken traffic light is visible to every resident in the city. Speaker, Johannesburg did not just collapse overnight. The warning signs were there for years. The National Treasury warned this city. Gauteng Treasury warned this city. The Auditor General warned this city. Even previous budget speeches warned this city. But instead of reforming governance, and this administration prioritized coalition deals. They prioritize political survival. They prioritize public relations exercises. Today, residents of Johannesburg are paying the price. The MMC has tabled a 97.1 billion rand budget, while residents continue to receive declining services. Electricity tariffs are increasing by 8.63%, water tariffs by 12.5%, sanitation is also increasing. Residents are being punished for the failures of this government. And what is even more alarming is that expenditure is growing faster than revenue. The city is spending faster than it earns. Debt impairment is projected to reach approximately 10.5 billion rand. This means that the city itself believes billions may never be collected for revenue. Law-abiding residents are subsidizing corruption, billing failures, and financial incompetence of this government. Speaker, this past Tuesday, this council approved another 3.8 billion rand loan facility from a German bank. Action SA opposed this loan because borrowing money while the financial foundation of the city continues collapsing is not financial recovery. It is financial desperation. You cannot borrow your way out of a dysfunctional system. You cannot borrow your way out of corruption. You cannot borrow your way out of poor governance. Eventually, residents will repay this debt through higher tariffs and through decline of services in their communities. Speaker, Action SA warned this council repeatedly. We warned against reckless borrowing. We warned against the collapsing infrastructure in the city. We also warned against the bloated operational expenditure. We warned against the political instability and the poor revenue collection. We repeatedly warned against these governance failures. And today, every warning has materialized, Speaker. Speaker, the people of Johannesburg now face a clear choice. Continue with the politics of excuses, instability, decay or financial decline, or restore Johannesburg under a proven leadership of former Mayor Herman Mashaba. The incoming Mayor Herman Mashaba left a blueprint for governance between 2016 and 2019. And on the 4th of November, residents will have an opportunity to bring back decisive leadership, clean governance, infrastructure-led development, financial discipline, investment confidence, and service delivery that works. Those who remain in this council after the elections are encouraged to
50
learn,
seconds left, Councillor,
free of charge, what real governance looks like. Speaker, history will record that Johannesburg was warned repeatedly, but history will also record who ignored those warnings, who defended failure, who protected dysfunction, who collapsed the city. And history will record that Action SA stood with residents when others chose to stand for political survival. The people of Johannesburg deserve better. They deserve a government that works, they deserve leadership that delivers, and they deserve a city that functions again. And Action SA is more than ready to rebuild Johannesburg. Speaker, Johannesburg is South Africa's economic engine, and when Johannesburg declines, South Africa feels the consequences.
AHC, Chair Mpalabosha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like your hairstyle. You remind me in those days. That is my style, eh? You are marvelous. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Then I saw that the infrastructure is being allocated more budget, Madam Speaker. I'll say thank you very much, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, because this budget is going to address the issue of the leakage of water in our township. There's this no, that is not my style. This is my style.
Thank you. Councillor Mpolo,
thank you very much.
Time will go. Thank you for
He's
the
the mayor.
compliment, but carry on.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah, and also this one, Mayor, Madam Speaker, then we have the sewer blockage in our township. I think this budget is going to address this problem because of really that this blockage of the sewers is damaging then our roads. I hope this budget is going to address that problems. And also I'm going to the city power, Madam Speaker. As you know that we don't have street lights in our township, and I hope now then the city power is going to roll out then the street lights, and I hope that we need a quality street lights. I know there's a solar light and how much light we need a proper quality of those solar light, and I hope that the city power is going to roll out the proper solar light. Madam Speaker, I've identified two hotspots, legal connection in the two regions. It's region E, which is Alex, Marlboroughs, and also is region A, which is Ward 80 in Rabarish 4 and 5. There's a serious then legal connection then, Madam Speaker. Then I hope that this budget is going to address this problem. That particular then, what, Madam Speaker, then they have 16 transformers. That is belong to City Power, Madam Speaker. Out of 16 transformers, only 5 which is working. The rest is not working. I hope this budget is going to address that problems. And also there is informal settlement surrounding that particular then area, Madam Speaker. I hope that from now on, then the women's settlement and also then this department, they will make sure that that formal settlement, we are rectifying the whole informal settlement. And I saw then MMC Mabaso yesterday, when there was celebration here, I didn't see me if he was jumping, but also then MMC Mabaso as well. I saw something in your department. You need to push that process so that we can speed up. Remember, K60 is the old informal settlement, then, Madam Speaker. The time you think to make that style, I started from that time. You know, these are older informal settlement. So then I really then appealed then to two departments, and I want to just make then MMC aware, or if then he doesn't pick up the socks, then I never goes. 2027, I'm going to take over your department. Madam Speaker, then the GRA. I saw the MMC of Transport was celebrating then yesterday. I hope that from now on, next week, then we'll start now to close those potholes, which then we are having all over the region. We have a serious pothole, then, Madam Speaker. And I've got invoice in my car. My shocks is already damaged. My tire is already then damaged. I'm going to hand over then my invoice to the MMC of Transport. Then must pay for me that one as well. Then, Madam Speaker, then we as South African Art Congress, AHC, Madam Speaker, we support this budget with 100%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. IFP, Councillor in Makuba.
Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, all protocols observed. Inkatha Freedom Party rises to participate in this important budget debate, and we wish to extend our acknowledgement to the MMC for Finance, Councillor Loiso Masuku, for tabling the City of Johannesburg's budget before this House yesterday. A budget is not merely a financial document, it is a declaration of priorities, a statement of values, and above all, a promise to the people of this great city. And it is in that spirit that the IFP engages with this budget constructively, honestly, and with the residents of Johannesburg's family at heart. Madam Speaker, the IFP is deeply concerned about the overall state of the city's financial management. Sound financial governance is the backbone of service delivery, and when that backbone weakens, it is the ordinary residents of Johannesburg, those in Soweto, Alexander, Diepsloot, and Orange Farm, who bear the brunt of that failure. We therefore call on the city's administration to treat financial discipline not as a bureaucratic exercise, but as a moral obligation to the people it serves. On the matter of the debtors book, Madam Speaker, we are alarmed by the continued growth of the city's debtors book year after year. This House is presented with figures that show an ever-increasing backlog of outstanding debt, and yes, the collection performance by the city remains, by all accounts, inadequate. We must ask the difficult questions. What is the city's concrete plan to address the collection challenge going forward? It is not enough to simply record debt. The city must actively pursue it. This means deploying skilled revenue collection officials, implementing consequence management when negligence is found, and ensuring that billing systems are accurate, because we know, and it was even acknowledged, that inaccurate billing drives non-payment. The residents who do pay their bills deserve a city that collects efficiently and fairly. Madam Speaker, the IFP is troubled by the city's recurring pattern of being penalized due to non-compliance on conditional grants. These are funds allocated by National Treasury for specific developmental purposes, and when the city fails to comply with the reporting requirements, with implementation timelines, or with procurement prescripts, those funds are clawed back or withheld. What compounds this problem is the poor performance on grant-funded projects. We have projects that exist on paper, budgets that are allocated but not spent, and communities that continue to wait for infrastructure and services that were promised years ago. Madam Speaker, this is unacceptable. The city of Johannesburg cannot afford to leave money on the table, not when we have infrastructure backlog, not when we have communities without reliable water, electricity, and sanitation. We call on the administration to urgently strengthen its project management capacity, its compliance units, and its grant monitoring system so that every rand on conditional funding is utilized effectively and accountably. We are duty-bound to build the city's financial capacity. The city of Johannesburg cannot continue to rely indefinitely on conditional grants from national government, but funds its infrastructure backlog. Conditional grants are exactly that, conditional. They come with strings, with timelines, with compliance requirements, and as we have just noted, the city struggles to meet those conditions consistently. It is therefore imperative that Johannesburg builds its own financial capacity. This means growing its own revenue base, improving its credit standing, exploring alternative financing mechanisms, and making prudent investment decisions that generate long-term returns. A city of Johannesburg's stature, the economic heartbeat of the African continent, should not be in a position of perpetual financial dependency. We must invest in our own fiscal strength so that we can fund infrastructure not only when grants are available, but because we have built the capacity to do so ourselves. Madam Speaker, the IFP wishes to place on record its deep concern regarding the financial crisis facing the Public Safety Department. A crisis that has its roots
50 seconds.
In a decision that was quite frankly, poorly planned and inadequately budgeted for. The insourcing of security personnel, while perhaps well-intentioned in principle, was implemented without the necessary financial groundwork. And as a result, public safety is now settled with a recurring deficit on employee-related costs, a deficit that grows with each financial year and threatens to destabilize an already stretched portfolio. The IFP therefore makes an urgent plea to MMC for Finance to please look into concrete ways of assisting the public safety portfolio, whether through budget reallocation, structure.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor M. Cook from Good.
Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor and MMC of Finance, colleagues, Johannesburg deserves a budget rooted in honesty, and yesterday we heard an administration admit the scale of the crisis our city is facing. We heard acknowledgements of collapsing infrastructure, unsustainable debt, water losses nearing 45%, electricity losses of 27%, a 220 billion rand infrastructure backlog, political instability, governance failures, and years of deferred maintenance. That honesty does matter, because you cannot repair a city if you refuse to tell the truth about it. But Speaker, honesty alone is not enough. Residents do not live inside speeches. They live inside the daily reality of Johannesburg, and that reality remains one of frustration, decay, anxiety, and exhaustion. Good understands that a mother in Rivoli does not experience Johannesburg through a budget document. She experiences it when the taps run dry for days. Likewise, a small business owner in the inner city doesn't feel the slogan "investment today, securing tomorrow" when electricity failures destroy his stock and customers stop coming. Good also knows that the residents in Eldorado Park do not care about frameworks and reform pillars when refuse is not collected and illegal dumping grows around schools and homes. Speaker, the problem with this budget is not what it says. We have had turnaround strategies, war rooms and recovery plans. We've had inner city strategies, financial stability frameworks and service delivery interventions. But residents are still asking, when will we feel the results? Speaker, the MMC says Johannesburg is not a failed city, but a city under pressure. Good says that is true, but the pressure is no longer temporary. It is becoming permanent, and the residents are being forced to carry that burden every single day. Speaker, there are many areas in this budget we're supporting. The focus on infrastructure maintenance is correct. The emphasis on revenue collection reform is necessary. The recognition that cross-subsidization is becoming unsustainable is overdue. But Speaker, what I must mention is that the MMC's speech repeatedly refers building Johannesburg together. And I must commend yourself and the GLU partners for implementing such a robust and extensive IDP program. I co-chaired 4 of these sessions and was so proud of the executive and deputy executive mayors, the MMCs, the chairpersons, and the councillors who participated regularly throughout these sessions. Speaker, I know that you will have some political parties in this chamber complaining and moaning and criticizing the IDP process. But Speaker, under the Democratic Alliance-led City of Cape Town, there is no IDP public participation. None. None. It does not exist. Under the Democratic Alliance's Cape Town Mayor Gordon, the IDP is positioned as an outcome of the budget process, allowing ward councillors to use 250,000 rand in their ward budget allocations for Christmas lights in posh suburbs, while the residents of Dunoon, Khayelitsha, Langa, Mitchell's Plain have to fend for themselves when it's flood and fire season. Accountability and transparency in government is important, Madam Speaker, and that is why when I woke up this morning I was so excited to come to this beautiful chamber to discuss council matters with councillors, residents and the media all present in one space. Yes, Speaker, we have challenges in this house, but we sit in this council chamber conducting our meetings despite that the rest of our civic centre has been deemed unusable. Speaker, the Civic Centre didn't decline overnight. It happened over years of neglect under the Democratic Alliance's special projects, Mayors Mashaba and Palatse. You see, Speaker, despite our Civic Centre being unusable, the GLU government understands the importance of in-person council meetings. National Parliament too understands this, and that's why when the tragic Parliament fire happened, Parliament moved quickly to make arrangements for an alternative meeting space. Yet, under the Democratic Alliance in Cape Town, Madam Speaker, where there is nothing wrong with their council chamber, they failed to meet physically for a whole year. A whole year! They have not met physically. The Cape Town's chamber sat empty yesterday, on a council day. Opposition councillors were muted and kicked out of the online meeting with no explanation. And the Cape Town Mayor Gordon connected from his phone with terrible signal interrupting him while he was out of the city parading around the country on an election campaign. At least our mayor is here in the chamber directing the needs of residents.
37 seconds left.
Speaker, this is the final budget before the 2026 local government elections, and the real question is not whether the administration has identified the problems. As most residents know these problems, what this administration has to do is what will it do with the little time it has left. 5 months in politics is not a lot of time, but this GLU has time to leave a legacy of urgency or a legacy of excuses, and I hope it will lead a legacy of urgency. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I didn't see you. I didn't see you. I saw you late. I saw you. No, no, no. No, no, no. Councillor Belinda, I was looking at the clock, and when you put your hand up, that was when it was done. I was looking at the clock. No, 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 Councillor. No. You see, one thing for sure. One thing for sure. Councillors. Councillor Belinda, I'm watching the clock to give people time. And you are doing it every time. You are pointing and doing that to me every time. No, Councillor, no. I'm not taking it. The next speaker, Councillor Santana.
Madam Speaker, first let's get the record straight. Cape Town does have RDP sessions. Madam Speaker, yesterday we heard a speech dressed up as a recovery plan. But if one strips away the slogans, the applause lines, and the election year optimism, what remains is a deeply political budget built on uncertain funding, a deferred infrastructure, and promises the city cannot honestly afford. The Deputy Mayor tells us this budget chooses discipline over drift. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg did not drift into crisis, it was governed into crisis. A city with a 220 billion rand infrastructure backlog does not arrive there accidentally. A city losing 44.7% of its water and 27% of its electricity is not experiencing temporary pressure. A city surviving on only 9.8 days of cash coverage is not financially stable. These are symptoms of long-term governance failures. Margaret Thatcher once said, "Standing in the middle of the road is very dangerous. You get knocked down by traffic from both sides." And that's exactly where the ANC-led coalition now finds itself, trying to satisfy political constituencies, organised labour, national treasury, struggling residents, creditors, and election year pressures, all at the same time. The result is not leadership, the result is paralysis disguised as balance. Madam Speaker, let us deal directly with the politically facilitated agreement, the PFA. The ANC benches speak about the PFA as though any concern about affordability is somehow anti-worker. That is intellectually dishonest. The DA believes that all city employees should be compensated fairly, but what we do not support is unfunded political commitments, because the uncomfortable truth remains. The funding of the PFA has still not been fully secured. The Deputy Mayor openly admits the city is still engaging National Treasury and the Minister of Finance regarding those fiscal implications. So let's stop pretending this matter is settled. It's not funded, is not fully resolved, and the financial risk has simply been shifted into the future. Madam Speaker, a responsible government secures funding first and makes promises second. This administration has done the opposite, and someone will ultimately absorb the costs. It's either our residents through tariff hikes, infrastructure through further maintenance delays, or future council through additional debt pressure. This is not financial discipline, that's political expedience. Margaret Thatcher warned, no one would remember the Good Samaritan if you only had good intentions. You had money as well. Good intentions do not fund municipalities. Cash flow does, and right now Johannesburg finances are dangerously constrained. The city itself admits that certain communities will not see capital investment because available resources must first go towards debt obligations and creditor settlements. Think about that statement carefully. Infrastructure is effectively being placed on hold in parts of the Johannesburg because the city is paying for years of accumulated financial mismanagement. Roads delayed, stormwater delayed, housing delayed, public environment upgrades delayed, community infrastructure delayed. Yet residents are expected to applaud a government for postponing development in the name of recovery. Madam Speaker, the DA believes in protecting indigent residents. No one disputes the need for social support in the city battling unemployment and poverty. But compassionate governance also requires accurate governance. The speech boasts over 145,000 households who are registered for the extended social package. The critical question is, how accurate is that register? How many households still qualify? How many fraudulent registers exist? How many residents are generally qualify are excluded because of the administrative dysfunction? And how many revenue leakages is occurred through weak verification systems? Because if indigent management is inaccurate, two things happen simultaneously. The truly vulnerable are failed, and the paying base is unfairly burdened. A social support system without rigorous verification becomes fiscally unsustainable. And sustainability matters, because if the city collapses financially, indigent residents suffer first and the hardest. Madam Speaker, housing is another area where rhetoric and reality are worlds apart. The speech proudly announces social housing, hostel upgrades, inclusionary housing and catalytic projects. But Johannesburg residents know the lived reality of many city-owned housing developments. The problem is no longer merely housing delivery. The problem is maintenance collapse, and nowhere is this more obvious than at the Johannesburg Social Housing Company. Joshco has become a case study in what happens when government prioritizes expansion over maintenance. Residents in multiple developments continue to face broken lifts, sewage leaks, poor security, deteriorating infrastructure, water interruptions, unsafe living conditions, and painfully slow maintenance response times. The ANC speaks consistently about spatial justice, but dignity also means maintaining the housing stock people already live in, because handing over keys means nothing if the buildings are then neglected into decay. Madam Speaker, the budget is political from the beginning to the end. It's political in its timing, it's political in its promises, political in its labour positioning, political in its selective memory, and political in its attempt to rewrite Johannesburg's governance history ahead of the elections. The ANC attacks the DA while simultaneously adopting the very principles the DA has advocated for years: infrastructure-led budgeting, revenue recovery, utility reform, ring fencing, performance management, and fiscal discipline. The irony is remarkable. After years of dismissing financial realism as anti-poor, the ANC now arrives in council speaking like a reluctant accountants because reality has cornered them. Madam Speaker, the greatest indictment of this budget is not what it says, it's what it quietly admits. It admits infrastructure investment is constrained. It admits capital rollout is conditional. It admits maintenance was neglected. It admits debt obligations are crowding out development. It admits revenue collection is weakening and admits the city's financial position remains fragile. This is not a city confidently moving forward. This is a city attempting to stabilize after years of political and administrative failure. The Democratic Alliance believes budgets must be honestly funded, maintenance must happen before collapse, indigenous support must be accurate and sustainable, salary agreements must be affordable, housing must be properly maintained, and every rand spent must produce measurable value for residents, because governments exist to deliver, not narratives. Madam Speaker, the Deputy Mayor says discipline today is investment that makes tomorrow possible. On that point, finally we agree, but discipline delayed becomes decline entrenched. Johannesburg has paid the price for too many years of political indulgence disguised as governance. The residents of this city deserve more than another term. The residents of this city deserve more than another term of explanations. They deserve a government that works, and in November, residents will decide whether Johannesburg continues down the road of managed decline or returns to competent, accountable government. Vote DA and for Helen Zille as mayor, the only true mayor with a proven track record. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Raadslid Boer, Vryheidsfront Plus.
Môre mevrou die speaker. Voor ek begin wil ek net vir jou sê baie dankie vir hierdie pragtige groen potte wat hier buite die chamber staan. Dis 'n belofte van dinge wat gaan gebeur in hierdie raadsaal. Na Desember hierdie jaar gaan hierdie chamber ook baie groener wees, en ek praat nie van Action SA groen of van PA groen nie, ek praat van Vryheidsfront Plus groen. Baie dankie. But Madam Speaker, let's get to serious business. All protocols observed. This budget speech yesterday was delivered in the background of serious financial constraints in our city. We've got the JSE suspension of our financial instruments because of the delay in the financial statements. We are facing a possible downgrade again from Moody's. We are seeing financial institutions that are not prepared to give the city loans. I'm talking about the French bank. And we're seeing the negative publicity in the letters from the Minister of Finance to the city and to ESCOM. In this background, this budget speech was delivered. And I want to congratulate the MMC because her budget speech was really inspirational. And I thought we're going to see something happening today. I saw the CFO with a big smile on his face because you were addressing all the right things. You acknowledge the 220 billion rand backlog in infrastructure. You acknowledge that we need to increase the collection rate to make the city sustainable. You acknowledge that we have to do something about non-revenue water, non-revenue electricity, that we have to do something about that. You acknowledge that residents can't expect to have services and capital projects if they do not pay for the services. So yes, Madam MMC, your speech was great. But when I got home last night, I saw at the printed budget and I thought by myself, and I used the words that the mayor's children would have used, the word aish. Aish. Because the budget speech and the printed budget did not even talk to each other. And then I came to the conclusion, we're sitting with the same budget, and we will see the same result. The MMC said today's budget will be tomorrow's results. No, MMC, today's budget will be tomorrow's crisis. And that is a legacy that we are going to leave for our children. And how is that legacy looking like? I'm only going to use one example. If we think 190, 200 years ago, and I'm using 190 because by that time our food trackers were also already in Gauteng and in the Free State and all over. I always get that picture of an idyllic South Africa, clean air, sparkling rivers, fountains. Our forefathers did not have water in the taps. They drank out of rivers, they drank out of fountains, clear water. It was idyllic. But I take it back, 50 years ago, I was a small boy. And I used to swim in the Yukskai River. We swim every day. Nice, clean water. And Madam Speaker, where are we today? All our rivers in Gauteng are so polluted. In Johannesburg, there is no river where the E. coli count is less than 2.4 million units. And that is the highest measurable score. We are dumping millions of liters of sewage into our rivers every day. And then we come with a budget and we ask for an 11% tariff increase. Madam Speaker, this is not on. We say that this budget is funded. This budget is not funded. We budget for a surplus of 2 billion. Together with capital grounds of 5 billion, we've got 7 billion available. Madam Speaker, 7 billion. Our CAPEX budget is 8.8, so we are already 1.8 billion rand short. That will be made up from the German loan. But we do not have money to repay our existing loans. We do not have money to pay Eskom his debts. We do not have money to pay contractors that have suspended their works and owing them 25 billion. Where is that money coming from? Madam Speaker, the Freedom Front's got a solution. We need a CM budget. No, Madam Speaker, not a city manager budget, a CM budget. And remember these words, consolidation and maintenance. We need to consolidate the city's finances, cancel all unnecessary OPEX and CAPEX expenditure, which do not generate income or is for the betterment of our residents. We have to finish unfinished projects that are standing still because we do not pay contractors. I'm referring to the Bixen Multipurpose Center. I'm referring to the Orange Farm Community Center. They are standing still for years because there's no money. I'm talking about a metro building that is a wasteful expenditure because we can reduce our costs considerably to just upgrade the metro building. We need massive maintenance to repair our roads, sewerage, water, electricity infrastructure, and then we can consolidate. We can end up the year with a surplus of around about 10 billion rand to make funds available to settle our debts and also to have cash in the bank so that we can fund our own CAPEX projects. And then we set a sound foundations for the future years to come. And that is the only solution, Madam Speaker. We have to consolidate and we have to maintain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Can we have Councillor Harris from the ACDP?
Greetings once again, Madam Speaker, EM, Deputy Mayor, MMCs, colleagues. I rise to speak to items to the response to the speech. I'd like to say congratulations to you, Madam Deputy Executive Mayor and MMC of Finance, on your maiden budget speech. Also congratulations to the team who worked behind the scenes to make this possible. All the right words were said. The revolutionary phrases were dotted around and the obligatory reference to the inherited mess from the previous coalition was not forgotten. Even the old zombie apartheid got its kiss of life. The reality is that this speech and all the others will be judged by measurable improvements in residents' lived experiences. Just a few of my observations. The Metro Trading Services reform is welcomed. More can be done to streamline structures and systems for greater efficiency and effectiveness and to minimize cross-subsidization. As far as cost recovery is concerned, the ACDP waits in anticipation to see how the challenges of expectations of free lunches and the user pay principle will be welded into a model where hard-pressed paying residents and businesses and freeloaders are united in their civic duty to pay their fair share. It would have been good to hear what will be done about the prescribed debt that no doubt makes up a substantial part of the 72 billion rand debtors book. The ACDP caucus would also like to acknowledge the idea of applying opportunity cost and the financial turnaround framework and its various pillars. I'd just like to focus on labor stability. The city has closed the loop with the politically facilitated agreement. Now we trust that the workers and the unions will deliver their part by optimizing productivity, eliminating despondency, and helping to restore the trust deficit between the residents and the city. These elements are not in the balance sheet, nor were they mentioned. These elements, however, are the golden thread that runs through the city and gives expression to the budget. The ACDP acknowledges the desire to seek alternative funding and partnerships through PPPs. The proposed 7 billion rand waste-to-energy proposal is turning out to be a mere pipe dream. It reads well on paper, but seemingly unachievable in reality. The idea has been floating around since at least 2012. Millions have been spent thus far, with relatively little to show for the sunk cost. We challenge you, MMC, to help EISD become decisive in unlocking this technology to deal with waste management crisis facing the city. Madam Deputy Mayor, you alluded to township renewal and uplifting communities. You lovingly referred to people from Limpopo, the Eastern Cape, and the rural areas. Sadly, this budget offers no hope at all to the residents of Region B, the smallest yet most neglected region in the city. You forgot in your pathological dislike of white people that Wards 68, 69, and 82, the killing fields of Johannesburg and the largest city-owned slum, form part of this region. There is no hope for these residents in this budget. There is no development in those areas alluded to in this budget. The 2,000 promised title deeds will exclude these wards because they are not high priority areas, despite generations waiting in anticipation for this gesture that will lift many out of poverty. The 409 million rand allocated to social development is wholly inadequate to cater for the aged and their plight. The budget is evidence that the aged can look forward to no more than lip service. Madam Speaker, a glaring glossing over in this budget is support for the youth, sports, and creative arts in all its facets. There is a global marketplace waiting to consume what South Africans have to offer. Johannesburg should be facilitating a conveyor belt of artists and sports people ready to explore the world. The energy is there, but sadly this budget has not looked beyond the obvious. Presenting a multi-million rand budget will always be a difficult balancing act. Unfortunately, this budget shines a spotlight on the unfair and biased allocation of resources. For the sake of the next 5 months, the ACDP will note this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor N. Nofumela from the African National Congress.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, members in the gallery, residents of the city of Johannesburg, molweni nonke. Madam Speaker, today we are not debating perfection. We are debating progress. We are debating whether this council has the courage to confront realities facing Johannesburg with honesty, determination, and intentional action. It does not hide the challenges inherited over the years of instability, poor governance decisions, collapsing infrastructure maintenance, and financial strain. Instead, it acknowledges them openly and presents a deliberate program of recovery aimed at rebuilding the confidence of residents in their city. Madam Speaker, the budget before us recognizes a very important truth. That is, service delivery is not an abstract concept. It is dignity in practice. When a grandmother in Soweto finally receives a reliable water service, that is dignity. When a child in Orange Farm walks on a properly resurfaced road to school, that is dignity. When street lights function in El Dorado Park and women can walk safely at night, that is dignity. When refuse is collected consistently in informal settlements and township, that is dignity. Madam Speaker, the residents of Johannesburg deserves a city that works, not selectively, not politically, but consistently and intentionally for all its people. Madam Speaker, how I wish I could sing if tomorrow never comes. Rather, I will say the ANC is the only party that understands the needs of the residents of the city of Johannesburg. And the ANC is the only party that can deliver those promises we are making in this chamber, that we are recommitting as this House. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we support this budget. And we thank the MMC for Finance for coming with this beautiful document for the residents, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nofomela. Councillor F. Abdul from the UIM.
Greetings, Speaker, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, City Manager, Deputy Mayor, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, as well as the residents watching from home. Thank you so much for that very comprehensive speech yesterday. Publicly, we are obligated to forgive if someone says, please forgive me, because that sets the tone of the rest of the engagement. But it also sets the tone of the level of accountability which follows. We all know in the past, municipalities only had to work and provide for a certain portion of the country. Today, municipalities have to make it work for everyone, including non-paying formalized informal settlements, as well as illegal, I repeat, illegal immigrants who are exhausting resources. I once suggested that a flat rate of at least 50 Rand or 100 Rand be introduced to certain households in these informal settlements. Veral ons sien as dik karre en DStv emmertjies daar buitekant. I am sure those people can pay at least a flat rate, which will increase the revenue income of the city. I'm not very certain of all the percentages that were mentioned yesterday. It didn't make sense to me, and I'm sure it also didn't make sense to some of the people on the ground. However, I was impressed by words like free water, free electricity at a certain percentage, 100% rebates, debt review, etc. for the indigent residents. Now it is the officials that have to make it work on the ground to create awareness to our people to know that these are the benefits that they can have. I think your counterpart in the city of Tshwane can take a page out of your book, where things are not always working unless different from what is being alluded to. My mother has a property in the city of Tshwane, and there's burst pipes that you report over and over, power outages, and right now, powers are being disconnected and posted on social media very insensitively. So let's not brag about things that we should not actually mention here. Now, as you rightfully said, it is one thing to write on paper, and it is another thing to execute it. And we all need hands on deck to make it work, and it includes community members, community leaders, and the mamas and gogos who feel the brunt of whatever we decide in this building. My request right now is that we at least add, if possible, an extra 200 million Rand to the Department of Social Development and the group which is called the single parents, who are increasing every day, and they are the ones that are looking after the children and the vulnerable. In reference to your story of Rochelle Morrison in Lenasia, I would like to tell you the true story of Mahalia Jacobs, who has to sell her house in Auckland Park after she started her own business and tried to build a dream. But due to the fact that new meters were installed in her house by Joburg Water and City Power, her utility bills has increased in such a way that she cannot keep up with the payments. After running around from office to office, she was unable to get to the right conclusion, and right now she's selling the house, and what she told me was, the city of Joburg has killed my dream. My request and encouragement at this moment is also to make things work for everyone, even the working class, and also known as the middle class, because they contribute a great deal to the percentages of income in our municipalities. The indigent will always be amongst us, but let us not increase that number by killing the dreams of the Mahalias, the Laratos, and everyone who is just trying to make ends meet in the cities. This can be done if rates. May I just mention that I do appreciate the fact that the rates have not increased in such a way that it becomes unaffordable. However, I do foresee that if it does increase again next year and the year after and the year after, we will have more and more Mahalias selling their homes and just going back to where they come from. The United Independent Movement notes this report with appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abdul. Councillor El Magwenchu from ATM.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, fellow councillors, officials of the city, residents of the city of Johannesburg, Kanimolo Nonke. Madam Speaker, yesterday I read a very interesting book which I would like to encourage all councillors to read. The title of the book is How to Stay Humble After Winning 2 Stars COCAF by Kabuyelo Mamelodi Sundowns. Madam Speaker, budgets are not merely accounting exercises. A budget is a moral document. It reveals who government prioritizes, who it neglects, and whether leadership truly understands the daily suffering of ordinary people. The city tells us this is a budget about building Johannesburg together, investing today, securing tomorrow. But the painful reality confronting the residents of Alexandria, Orange Farm, Deep Sloot, Soweto, El Dorado Park, Ivory Park, Ennerdale, and many other communities is that they are still waiting for the Johannesburg that politicians continuously promise during budget speeches. The ATM acknowledges certain realities raised by the MMC for finance. We cannot deny the scale of the crisis facing this city. A 220 billion rands infrastructure backlog is not a small matter. Electricity losses of 27% and water losses approaching 45% represent a catastrophe. Cable theft, collapsing roads, hijacked buildings, illegal dumping, and deteriorating public infrastructure have placed Johannesburg under enormous strain. But, Honorable Speaker, residents are not interested in beautiful written speeches. While taps are dry, traffic lights remain dysfunctional, sewer spills continue for months, and communities live in darkness because of constant electricity failures. The ATM believes the crisis in Johannesburg is not merely financial. It is a crisis of governance, accountability, and political honesty. For years, successive administrations have spoken about turnaround strategies, reforms, renewal programs, and inclusive development. Yet the lived experience of many residents continue to deteriorate. The people of Johannesburg are tired of plans without implementation. They are tired of task teams without consequence management. They are tired of hearing that corruption will be fought while politically connected individuals continue benefiting from dysfunctional procurement systems. Madam Speaker, the ATM supports investment into infrastructure maintenance because maintenance is cheaper than collapse. We support efforts to stabilize Johannesburg water and city power. We support stronger revenue collection from those who can afford to pay. A city cannot survive when billions are lost through illegal connections, tempered meters, corruption, and non-payment. However, The ATM rejects any attempt to place the burden of financial recovery solely on ordinary residents, while corruption, wasteful expenditure, and political patronage continue unchecked. Before asking struggling communities to pay more, this council must demonstrate that every cent collected is protected from theft. How do we justify tariff increases to residents who experience rolling water outages? How do we justify higher costs when refuse collection is inconsistent? How do we justify increasing pressure on businesses while the city fails to provide reliable basic services? The ATM further notes with concern the growing pressure that illegal infrastructure connections and undocumented occupation place on municipal services. Johannesburg cannot continue carrying unlimited migration pressures without proper planning, border management, and enforcement of the rule of law. All spheres of government must come to the party on this. The reality is that the city is confronted with uncontrolled urban migration, illegal land invasion, hijacked buildings, and criminal syndicates, which have severely undermined service delivery capacity of the city. The ATM believes government must stop being afraid to speak honestly about this issue. You cannot plan properly for housing, sanitation, electricity, healthcare, roads, and water infrastructure if there's no effective control and regulation of population growth pressures entering municipalities. Madam Speaker, xa ndizawuhlala phantsi ndifuna ukuthi nkosazana siyabulela uzamile. It's not easy because to come up with this balanced budget, there are many challenges that the city is facing, but well done. We'll support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Councillor Zigebe, UDM. Can we minimize the movement?
Madam Speaker, protocol has been observed and established. The first responsibility of leadership is honesty, and honesty requires us to admit that Johannesburg stands at a crossroad. We are governing a city with immense economic potential, but also immense structural strain. A city contributing nearly 15% of South Africa's GDP, yet simultaneously carrying an infrastructure backlog exceeding 220 billion. A city where over 5.9 million residents depend on systems that are aging faster than they are being renewed. This debate, therefore, cannot be reduced to politics. It must be about survival, sustainability, and the future direction of Johannesburg. Speaker, the budget before us correctly identifies the core pressures facing the city. Non-revenue water losses sitting at 44.7%, electricity losses at 27%. Those numbers are not merely technical indicators. They are symptoms of deeper institutional weaknesses. To put this into perspective, if Johannesburg Water loses nearly half of treated water before it reaches the residents, it means billions of rand are effectively leaking out of the system annually while communities face shortages and interruptions. When City Power loses 27% of electricity through illegal connections, aging infrastructure, and theft, that translates directly into reduced maintenance budgets, delayed upgrades, and pressure for tariff increases on paying residents. And this is why, Speaker, I appreciate that this budget attempts to place infrastructure recovery and trading service reforms at the center of the city's financial strategy. The Metro Trading Services reform is important, not because residents care about institutional terminology, but because without stabilizing City Power, Johannesburg Water, and Pick It Up, this city cannot function. Speaker, plans alone do not inspire confidence anymore. Delivery does. The Deputy Executive Mayor correctly states that Johannesburg does not suffer from a lack of plans, but from a failure to convert plans into measurable outcomes. That is perhaps the most honest line in this entire budget speech. Because the reality facing our residents is harsh. A mother in Soweto does not experience a turnaround strategy. She experiences a burst pipe that remains unattended for weeks. A young graduate in Orange Farm does not experience policy frameworks. He experiences unemployment and hopelessness. A commuter traveling from Alexandra to Sandton does not experience institutional reform. She experiences traffic lights that do not work, roads filled with potholes, and hours lost in traffic daily. This is why UDM argued strongly that Johannesburg must stop treating maintenance as a secondary expenditure. Deferred maintenance is financially reckless. Every delayed road resurfacing program becomes a reconstruction project later. Every ignored water leak becomes infrastructure collapse. Every stolen cable not replaced properly becomes recurring expenditure. This is why the increase of maintenance expenditure from 7% to 8% is welcomed. But the city must move with far greater agency if it genuinely seeks to reverse decline. Madam Speaker, one of the strongest sections of this budget is the recognition that economic recovery cannot happen without restoring basic urban functionality. The allocation of approximately 28.3 billion to city power operations and 6.7 billion over the medium term towards energy infrastructure is significant. So too is the 21.6 billion allocation towards Johannesburg water operations and the 6.4 billion medium term capital investment. But these allocations must now produce visible improvements. Residents must see fewer outages, fewer substations failing, reduced response times, improved billing credibility, better maintenance turnaround times. Otherwise, these figures remain numbers on paper disconnected from lived reality. Let us also speak honestly about safety and urban management. The budget allocates 7.2 billion towards JMPD visibility, emergency services, CCTV expansion, and urban management interventions. This is necessary because infrastructure destruction and criminality are directly undermining the city's finances and investor confidence. Cable theft alone costs municipalities across South Africa billions annually. Illegal dumping destroys public spaces and increases environmental health risks. Hijacked buildings weaken the inner city economy and erode confidence in governance. We therefore support a developmental but firm approach to law enforcement because lawlessness hurts the poor first and hardest. A budget can never be called progressive if it does not meaningfully confront unemployment, inequality, and exclusion. The city's expanded public works program target of 12,250 job opportunities is welcome, but Johannesburg requires a deeper economic response. We need infrastructure-led employment, township industrialization, artisan development linked to infrastructure programs, support for township businesses to participate in procurement chains, skills development for the missing middle, people above 35 years old who are too old for youth programs but excluded from formal employment opportunities. Speaker, economic inclusion cannot remain a slogan. It must become a measurable policy. And that is why the commitment that 60% of capital expenditure will go towards historically marginalized communities is important. But Council must insist on transparency. Residents must know where projects are located, how much is being spent, who is benefiting, and what outcomes are expected. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. AIC, Councillor Tim Hlongo.
Okay. Sorry, just a minute, Madam Speaker, so that I go to my kajel. Okay, just one moment, Madam Speaker. I'm just fixing my kajel here. It gives me a problem. I'm taking my minutes. Okay, let me just go to another one, Madam Speaker, quickly. Madam Speaker, okay. No, it's fine, Madam Speaker. You can start counting, Madam Speaker. I will make sure that I will do my speech as quick as possible. Madam Speaker, good day to you. Good day to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Morero, to the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masugu, to all MMCs and chairpersons of the Section 79, to fellow councillors, and to the guests and the gallery. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African Independent Congress, Madam Speaker, in support of the 2026-2027 budget tabled by the Executive Deputy Mayor yesterday, Councillor Loiso Masugu. Madam Speaker, this is not just another budget debate. This is the final budget of the current political term, a budget that reflects where this administration has come from, what it has inherited, and what foundation it seeks to leave for the future of Johannesburg. As the African Independent Congress, we are proud to have been part of this government of local unity in the city of Johannesburg. We are proud to have contributed to governance stability, financial discipline, and cooperative leadership during one of the most politically challenging periods in the history of this city. The government of local unity has shown that a coalition government can work when political parties place residents above political egos, and when governance is approached with maturity, accountability, and shared commitment to the people of Johannesburg. The AIC believes this administration must be credited for choosing governance over instability and cooperation over collapse. Madam Speaker, the budget table before Council is honest about challenges facing Johannesburg. It does not pretend that the city is without problems. It acknowledges the infrastructure backlog, the pressures on water and electricity infrastructure, revenue collection challenges, and the financial strain confronting local government. But importantly, this budget also presents a program of recovery, reform, and investment. The AIC welcomes the emphasis placed on the infrastructure maintenance, financial stability, institutional reform, revenue collection, township renewal, and investment in historically marginalized communities. Madam Speaker, as the AIC, we appreciate the continued commitment towards maintaining a funded and compliant budget. It is important to recognize that during 2025-2026 financial year, the city was able to table and adopt a fully funded budget that contributed to governance stability and enabled the continuation of key service delivery and infrastructure programs across Johannesburg. The contribution made by the AIC in the finance portfolio during the period reflected our commitment to responsible governance, fiscal discipline, and sustainable administration. The AIC understands that without financial stability, there can be no sustainable service delivery. Without revenue collection, there can be no infrastructure renewal. Without governance discipline, there can be no developmental local government. That is why we support measures aimed at improving billing systems, strengthening revenue collection, and protecting the financial integrity of the city. Madam Speaker, the people of Johannesburg want a government that works. They want roads without potholes. They want reliable electricity. They want clean communities. They want water security. They want safer streets. And they want a municipality that responds to their concerns with agency and dignity. The AIC therefore welcomes the budget allocations directed towards road rehabilitation and stormwater infrastructure, water and sanitation upgrades, energy reform, waste management, law enforcement, and township renewal. These investments are important because they directly affect the daily lives of ordinary residents. Madam Speaker, the AIC also welcomes the continued focus on indigent support and social protection for vulnerable households. In difficult economic conditions, government must refrain compassionate and people-centered. The expanded social package, free basic services, and debt relief interventions for the qualifying households are necessary measures to protect the dignity of struggling residents and working-class communities. As the AIC, we believe local government must always place people first. That is why our message remains people taking center stage in governance, because truly it is all about you. The AIC therefore supports this budget
50 seconds.
Because it seeks to balance fiscal discipline, infrastructure, service delivery, and protection. As Johannesburg, where development reaches Soweto, Orange Farm, Alexander, Dipslot, El Dorado Park, and all communities across this city. Because for the African Independent Congress, governance must always begin and end with the people. We take center stage in the governance. It's all about you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mhlongo. We now go to the PA, Councillor Elsa Monse. Before you speak, Councillor, I'm trying to understand what's happening. And it's the usual suspects. It's the usual suspects. And I am going to do it. Councillor Simonsai, please. Look at Councillor Santana running in. Oh, my usual suspects.
Greetings, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Joburg 11, under the capable leadership of MMC Conny in his absentia, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, the City of Johannesburg residents. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge the presentation of the budget speech and the commitments made towards improving service delivery in our city. The focus on water security, electricity stabilization, and road infrastructure reflects the daily struggles faced by the residents across Johannesburg. However, while the intentions outlined in the budget may sound promising, the concerns remain regarding implementation and accountability. More so that the city's ability to deliver on these commitments. For years, residents have listened to similar promises every financial year, experiencing worsening service delivery. Communities continue to suffer from ongoing water outages, collapsed infrastructure, prolonged power interruptions, and roads filled with potholes. The reality on the ground does not match the plans presented in this council chambers. What is good on paper is not what is good on the ground. One of the biggest concerns is whether enough funding has truly been allocated towards maintenance and infrastructure renewal, rather than short-term interventions again, like responding like an ambulance, even though we don't have those when the need arises. Johannesburg's infrastructure crisis cannot be solved through temporary fixes. Our residents need sustainable investment backed by measurable timelines and transparent reporting. There are also concerns about financial health and operational capacity of municipal entities, entities such as City Power, Joburg Water, Human Settlements. They continue to face serious challenges, including aging infrastructure, financial pressures, project delays, and governance concerns. Without these strict oversight and consequence management, the additional funding alone will not guarantee the improvement of these services. The issue of accountability, while year after year the city experienced irregular expenditure, delayed projects, and poor contract performance with little visibility of consequence management. Residents are frustrated because they see the budgets being approved. Yes, basic service delivery remains unreliable, to say the least. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of the City of Johannesburg, does this budget adequately address the inadequate across all regions of Johannesburg? Many communities, particularly in the undeveloped areas, continue to feel neglected when it comes to infrastructure upgrades, maintenance on roads, sanitation, and economic opportunities. Let me emphasize, public trust in local government is currently questionable. Restoring confidence requires more than just speeches and announcements. It requires the visibility of delivering honest communication and leadership that responds urgently to the residents' concerns. As councillors, our responsibility is not only to approve budgets, but to ensure that every department and every municipal entity delivers results. Oversight cannot become a formality on paper. It must be active, it must be transparent, and it must be focused on the outcome delivery. Johannesburg residents deserve a city that works. They deserve functional traffic lights, cleaner streets, reliable water, stable electricity, safer roads, and responsive governance. The budget speech presents an opportunity, but opportunities means nothing without execution. We also had hoped to hear that the clear implementation plans regarding the debt write-off program sponsored by the Patriotic Alliance and voted for in this council Many struggled residents continue to face financial pressure, and this implementation of this program would have provided needed relief to qualify households while helping residents re-engage with the municipality in a meaningful and sustainable way. We therefore urge the administration to move with the urgency of implementing the approved debt write-off program and to provide the residents with clear communication on the process, qualification criteria and timelines. Furthermore, we call on the administration to provide clear implementation plans, quarterly progress reports, stronger financial discipline, and visible consequence management where failure occurs. In closing, Madam Speaker, as disciplined coalition partners, the people of Johannesburg are not asking much. They are asking for a government that delivers on its promises, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simonse. Can we have Councillor Nkonkobe from the Economic Freedom Fighters?
Councillor Nkonkobe, Madam Speaker. Greeting to me. Nkonkobe.
Okay, I'll get it right.
Okay. Greeting to the Madam Speaker. Greeting to the Madam Speaker, the MMC of Safety and Security, the MMC of Annie Makafula, the MMC of Social Development and Health. Today, Madam Speaker, today we rise not merely to debate figures on paper, but to defend the people of Johannesburg against a budget that speaks the language of recovery, while quietly revealing the evidence of decline. The Economic Freedom Fighters has consistently maintained through its founding manifesto and local government manifesto that political freedom without economic emancipation is incomplete. Municipalities cannot merely become accounting institutions that collect tariffs and balance books while residents remain trapped in poverty, inequality and poor services. Local government must become developmental instrument that restore dignity, address apartheid, spectacle injustice, and improves the material condition of the people. Therefore, our analysis today is not simply about numbers. It's about whether the budget advances economic justice and whether it changes the daily realities of our ordinary citizens. Madam Speaker, last year this council was told that the budget of 2025-2026 was a people's budget, a fully funded pro-poor and pro-growth budget. We're told that Johannesburg was a turning corner. We're told that the city will improve the revenue collection, strengthen the billing system, reduce electricity losses, and improve the service delivery. But today, a year later, the city returned to the council admitting Johannesburg faces infrastructure and backlog over 220 billion, electricity losses of 27%, non-revenue water losses of 44.7%. Madam Speaker, that 220 billion infrastructure backlog cannot be treated as a technical accounting issue. It means the burst pipe in a community is collapsing roads, unsafe bridges, dysfunctional traffic lights, aging substances, sewer spillages, and residents spending hours without water and electricity. The city casually mentioned this backlog, but to residents it translates into daily suffering. Again, this crisis, the city allocates 8.8 billion for capital expenditure this year and 25.3 billion over the medium term. Let us be honest with the resident. Against the backlog over 220 billion, it is not a turnaround budget. It is a budget attempting to manage decline, infrastructure deterioration, risk outpending infrastructure renewal. Madam Speaker, the final tragedy itself raises concern. The projected supplies has almost halved from 4.1 billion last year to 2.1 billion this year. Operating expenditure has increased from 80.7 billion to 88.3 billion, while capital expenditure has barely moved from 8.7 billion to 8.8 billion. This means that the city is spending more to operate but not investing enough to rebuild. That is not the transformation, that is a survival budgeting. Madam Speaker, we must also interrogate the revenue collection. Last year, the city aimed for collection target of 88.5% with a stretch target of 90%. Today, assumption has been reduced to 86%. Last year, we promised smart billing system, project Lokisa smart meters, improved collection system, but those interventions are succeeding. Why has the collection target moved backward? We see the same problem with electricity losses. Last year, the city committed itself into reducing electricity losses from 28% to 25.8%. Today, the electricity losses remain to 27%. Residents are paying for inefficiencies, but they did not create. Madam Speaker, tariffs cannot be discussed in isolation. Electricity tariffs increased by an average of 9.1%, water tariff by approximately 11%, refuse by 6.2%, while property rate increased by 3.6%. Residents understand that costs increase, but residents do not consume input costs, they consume service. If residents are paying more for electricity while experiencing outrage, there is a problem. If residents are paying more on water while experiencing interruption and leakages, there is a problem. Tariff increase without measurable improvement is a service delivery amount to punishment. EFF local government manifesto has constantly urged that municipality must place the interest of working class communities before the financial convenience. A city cannot continuously shift inefficient into residents through tariffs while failing to aggressively deal with corruption, illegal connection, revenue leakage, infrastructure losses. Madam Speaker, we must also question the city. Increasing dependence on borrowing. Loans cannot approximately 3.5 billion or almost 40% of the capital budget. Interest loan redemption already consume approximately to 7% operating expenditure. Borrowing itself is not working, but borrowing becomes dangerous when it occurs an environment of a weak project management and weak accountability. Loans future obligation that residents eventually repay through the tariffs and rate. Borrowing becomes justifiable of only if it expands infrastructure, generates revenue, it improves services. If borrowed money is inefficiently spent, residents suffer twice. They pay higher costs today and inherit debt tomorrow. Madam Speaker, we are also concerned about the lack of comprehensive informal settlement upgrading program. The budget informs us approximately 2,200 houses will receive water connection and 3,050 households will receive sanitation service, but that does not settlement upgrading strategy. The EFF constantly urged that informal settlement upgrading is a matter of dignity and special justice. Where is comprehensive program with settlement are being upgraded? What is the timeline of the budget? Where are the road and public lighting, stormwater system, church and sanitary and emergency roads? Informal settlement cannot continue existing as a permanent temporarily to communities. Democracy cannot continue reproducing apartheid geographic through under investment. Madam Speaker, we also believe that the public safety requires a greater investment in the economic infrastructure. Business invest where the township economics strive to communities feel protected. The city itself admits infrastructure is under attack through the cable theft, vandalism, disruption of public assets. The EFF maintain that the crime cannot be treated purely as a
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor T. Khadebe. Councillor T. Khadebe from the African National Congress.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Silo Dada Morero, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masuku, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chairperson of Section 79, fellow councillors, special Abantwana Bagatambo, the residents of Johannesburg, Sanbingelela Nonke Goli, Mjiba. Madam Speaker, allow me to first congratulate the MMC for Finance for delivering a maiden budget speech, a well-crafted, honest, and courageous budget speech. MMC, we congratulate you. Singamqwabela izandla. This speech was delivered during a very important period in the history of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, we're at crossroads where we need to make decisions of making sure that we invest in a future so that we never see a total collapse. This budget speech, it was clear. It was a clear indication that the ANC-led government is saying we will not allow a collapse to happen. We will not surrender to the challenges that the city is facing. We will not surrender to the difficulties. The MMC tabled a budget of 97.1 billion. It's a milestone budget. It's a great budget, a budget that is brave, a budget that is funded. Madam Speaker, I'm hearing some councillors saying, no, this is not a funded budget, it's not realistic. It's a very funded budget. It has realistic collection rates, and every funding source, we are able to see where it's coming from. So Madam Speaker can say proudly that once again, the ANC GLU-led government has delivered a budget speech that is hopeful, that is giving the people of Johannesburg hope, and that is giving us a brighter future. Madam Speaker, the budget also touches a lot on the trading reforms that the city is embarking on. These trading reforms are taking us to a future that will give us a solid municipality that has sustainable finances and that gives hopes to the people of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, it is very worrying when you're sitting here listening to one councillor from the Green Party claiming certain things that cannot be confirmed. I'm grateful that a leader of the opposition party stood up and made sure that we account and we talk what is factual here. In fact, when that was happening, I was reminded, Madam Speaker, and as the speaker was talking, I then remembered that there's a song by a Kwaito group that comes from my ward, and the song is We Are Claimer. And as I was listening here, I could tell that that person keeps on claiming on victories that were never theirs. But Madam Speaker, we are revolutionaries, and we were taught that as we embark on this road, sizohlangana nabantu who will want to claim easy victories. That is exactly what is happening in these council chambers. We've got claimers I-44, and they are problematic, Madam Speaker. They are problematic, misleading our people, claiming victories that were never there. Madam Speaker, rebuilding Johannesburg is not easy. Building a city that must rival international cities like New York and London, it's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. It is even worse, Madam Speaker, if you find yourself in a coalition government that you must always manage. The past 5 years have been riddled by instability, particularly in coalition. At some point, our beloved mayor was there just for 25 days and had to vacate office. But he came back, made sure that we stabilized the city. It has not been an easy 5 years, but we are proud of what we have achieved in the few years that we've been in power. Madam Speaker, as we're heading to the 4th of November, come rain or sunshine, the people of Johannesburg will vote. And Madam Speaker, I'm confident from where I am, the people of Johannesburg will vote for the African National Congress. Because a vote for the African National Congress is a vote for stability, a vote for accountability, and a vote for transparency. Madam Speaker, we are the only party that all the time accounts to the people. That's why ubona mhlambe kuthiwa siyiswa le nale. That is because we are always accounting, we are always transparent, we are always telling the people of South Africa the truth. We'll continue, Madam Speaker, after the 4th of November to lead this glorious city to its greatness. After the 4th of November, the African National Congress will continue the mandate of making sure that we lead the city of Johannesburg. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Khatebe. Do I announce it or do you?
Councillors, we proceed now to the response by the MMC Finance.
MMC Masuku, it's yours. You can come. We spoke, so we will listen to the responses.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, the Whip of Council, Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, MMCs, fellow councillors, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank Councillor Modupi, Councillor Nofemela, Councillor Khadebe. Thank you for your kind words. Bandwana Bagatambo, we are indeed proud of what we have achieved in the short space of time: stability, continuity, and accountability. Madam Speaker, several political parties have raised concerns about city power and GRA and human settlements. This is the right conversation that we should not shy away from. And I want to be direct that additional funding alone will not fix these entities. We know this. The financial turnaround framework says it plainly. That is why we brought it for council. The problem is not the absence of plans, as the Executive Mayor clearly indicated, but sometimes to a great extent the failure to implement and convert the plans into outcomes. We agree that there are challenges and consequence management where it relates to performance agreements. We've put it clearly that for all entity CEOs and Section 56 managers will be linked to measurable turnaround targets. There can't be performance bonuses without evidence of delivery. And the repeat failures that triggered disciplinary processes within 30 days, and this administration will not reward underperformance with silence. We are clear on that, and that is where we stand on good governance. We have, there was a concern on social housing, as well from Councillor Makuba on the grant non-compliance and underspending. We have a weekly capital expenditure war room for project entry tests before any capital investment is approved, and quarterly grant compliance reporting to National Treasury. And I agree with you fully, Mama Kubo. Underspending is not a saving. We said it yesterday in the speech, that underspending actually is stolen service delivery. It's stolen service delivery for the residents of Johannesburg. And we take your point, and we are committed to improving. I need to clarify this on the record, Madam Speaker. The issue of AFD not funding the city. This needs to be clarified on record. The city did not have any funding application rejected by the AFD this year. This has been clarified in public. We are actively now engaging in KFW. As you see, the CFO and the city manager are out. They are going to sign. We've completed those agreements. The DBSA, and for the first time, African Development Bank has expressed interest in local government through Johannesburg. DFI financing requires credible governance, and we agree on that, Councillor Boer, and the audit improvements on the Metro Trading Services reform compliance are a prerequisite, and we spoke clearly about it yesterday. Councillor Santana, you are correct indeed, and the city's own data confirms it. R&M sits at 4% of PPE against an 8% benchmark. We commit to publicly reporting JOSCO's maintenance backlog figure by the end of Q1 because we understand the importance of us dealing with social housing development and we can't do it without maintenance. Councillor Edwards, loan facilities are part of the funding plan. So it's disingenuous. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, how Action SA thinks they are going to govern if they don't understand that for you to govern, yes, there's cash, you have to collect cash, you have to also raise loan facilities. So I'm concerned about how they think they will be able to govern Johannesburg if they don't have an appreciation and an understanding of that basic finance principle. I do want to say, my chairperson of finance, indeed, the IDP sessions were a true reflection of us being a listening government and making sure that our people have a platform. And as the executive, we appreciate the work that was done by the legislature to afford us those opportunities. They were grilling, they were taking time. Sometimes emotions were high, but that is what we call public participation. And we appreciate the platform that has been created for the executive to do that by all the chairpersons, as well as the speaker and whip and chair of chairs. Councillor Harris, I take your challenge, and I think together with MMC Skwaila on EISD, we will work to ensure that we help the department. And I think it was a constructive invitation where yourself you will be able to guide us because you are a councillor. And that is the constructive engagement that we appreciate in this council. Councillor Magwenshu and Councillor Zigebe, thank you. We must invest in today to secure tomorrow. And the key word is implementation, implementation, and oversight. And I cannot overemphasize the points that you raised. And we are committed, and the administration also committed in our mayoral lekgotla that implementation, implementation, oversight, and oversight. And you are correct. Financial recovery alone is not only on residents in terms of revenue collection. We said it in the speech yesterday that it requires simultaneous action on expenditure control, trading services reform, audit remediation, entity stabilization, capital discipline, and labor relations stability, and of course, oversight once more. Councillor Mhlongo, thank you very much for all your contributions, and you are correct. The government of local unity, United for Progress, we had a program, we had strategic priorities when we came into this government, and we have implemented all of that. And you are correct, also Councillor Konkobe, the priority must be about citizens, residents first, everything else, the politics follow. I can't say much in terms of your own political manifesto, but I can speak about the government of local unity's strategic priorities on good governance, safer city, and ensuring that we put our people at the center of security. When a woman walks, she knows that she's safe. And there we are clear and we agree, because that is a government of local unity priority of safer cities. Thank you very much, Councillor Abdul. We appreciate your inputs and the points that you made, including Councillor Harris, about the vulnerable, the gogos, the elderly. And that is why our expanded social package program, as well as the rebates that we offer, are critical in ensuring that people apply, they utilize the services that the city of Johannesburg provide. You are correct to a certain extent, but remember yesterday what we said, councillors. It's not possible to fully fund every program that is coming out in terms of the proposals. We have to balance, and as Councillor Magwenshu said, it's a difficult balancing act between the core service delivery issues that we need, which are infrastructure related on water reservoirs, on the energy security, on roads maintenance, as well as the ensuring JMPD has the adequate resources to deliver a safer city. So we really appreciate all the inputs. Councillor Mpolobosho, we feel like you just love the speaker. Today you just didn't say much except to say, I love the speaker, but we love you too, Councillor Mpolobosho. Executive Mayor, this has been a balancing act that had to be done, and we appreciate the robust engagements by councillors. This is what we expect, robust debate. And from us, as the government of local unity, we take every criticism as an opportunity to grow, as an opportunity to do better, and to make sure we secure the future by a foundation that we are laying in building Johannesburg together, and secure the future for our children and our great-grandchildren. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, MMC Finance Deputy Executive Mayor.
We will now have comments by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor, few comments.
Paya Tanki, Speaker of Council. The Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke. The Chair of Chairs, Councillor Adolphus Marema, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Deputy Mayor, leaders of political parties and caucus leaders. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to give my comments. Let me start by saying we've won the case against Marble Towers. Which sets us now on a clear path of dealing with illegal structures in the inner city and reclaiming our inner city. Let me start by saying, Madam Speaker, we acknowledge and welcome the budget as presented by the Deputy Executive Mayor responsible for finance. And we want to say thank you to her. And of course, as Councillor Mpolobosho says, we love her, though he says he doesn't like the hairstyle, but it's okay. Let me start by saying the following. The good thing that Mr. Mashaba did in Johannesburg as the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg are the following. He legally established a structure and appointed General Sibia illegally. Took 11 million of the city's money and gave it to an NGO, which he chaired, an NGO of drama majorates, which already the PP has ruled on that matter. We know that he challenged the matter in court, but the matter has since disappeared. Paid his friend 12 million for a so-called book of a new mayor, and paid it to an analyst, Prince Mashele. An average cost of a book does not in South Africa exceed at least 3 million. Now we do ask, why would we have paid 12 million?
Money laundering.
Blew the 5 billion surplus left in 2016 by the ANC government. The following year, we're sitting at a surplus just under 2 billion. In 2018, we're sitting at a surplus of 200 million, which was a clear indication of a decline of the finances of the city. And this is not from my head, it's based on actual reports that served in council. Allowed informal settlements to mushroom in the city from 186, and to date we are now at 316. And that's the period in 2019 that we saw an escalation to 316. Perhaps part of the decision for Mashaba to run away was the fact that he can no longer handle the mess that he had created in the city. It is Mr. Mashaba who fired competent senior managers, qualified black professionals, included in them white professionals, who built this city over years, and he destroyed it in 3 years. He now thinks and believes that what he destroyed in 3 years, we will rebuild it in 2 years. We will rebuild it, of course, with the support of our residents, business, and other spheres of government. All what Mashaba did, he held press conferences to announce dealing with hijacking of buildings. However, we do know that there was nothing concrete that he had showed with those buildings. To date, he cannot demonstrate or point at any building that he evacuated. The government of local unity can point out, led by the MMC of Human Settlement and Public Safety, at least 3 buildings we can account that we successfully evacuated. Perhaps Section SA must never behave like they are the paragon of clean governance. Let me demonstrate that it is only recently in 2024, in Tshwane, that they seem to have gotten it right simply because of our majority seats that are held by the African National Congress, the MMCs of the ANC, the economic freedom fighters who constitute that mayoral committee of Tshwane and who continue to provide policy direction to the city of Tshwane. We all know that it was Mashaba's party, just like he did in Joburg, together with the DA, ran down cities of Johannesburg and Tshwane. When Tshwane received a mass repeated qualified fundings and adverse opinions on the highest amounts, which included, amongst others, 12 billion in unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful and fruitless expenditure. It's Herman Mashaba's Action SA, which is last to actually attempt to poke holes on the budget speech as delivered by our MMC and Deputy Mayor of Finance tabled yesterday. As you know, that you struggled dismally to achieve a single funded budget during your reign in Tshwane. And this affects and are part of the reports submitted to National Treasury. The ANC is on the driving seat in Tshwane, and that is why your mayor is on a social media expedition, trending on Twitter for disconnecting lights in poor communities like Atteridgeville and Mabopane, whilst running away from disconnecting affluent neighborhoods like Hazelwood, where white business operate, and they are not in compliance with the city's laws, but she demands compliance in Mabopane and Atteridgeville. Madam Speaker, allow me to address the matter of the PFA, as some want to regard it as the elephant in the room. The PFA is a matter that this council approved in July 2024. The leadership of this council, the mayoral committee, will continue to support and implement the PFA as part of a facilitated agreement, and secondly, as part of the mediation between Labour and the city, which was facilitated by Senior Counsel Terry Mutau, and arrived at confirming that yes, indeed, workers have been shortchanged over years by the city of Johannesburg. It is also interesting to note that Councillor Santana chooses to forget that in 2017 and 2018, his mayoral committee led by Mashaba made payments to the PFA in acknowledging that indeed we do owe workers. Yes, the discussion on affordability will continue to take place, but at the same time we must also continue to fund this commitment. You also forget to mention that you gave society and the residents of this city Herman Mashaba in 2016. And today, you yourselves are acknowledging that what you gave to society ran down the city of Johannesburg. This is not me, but it's echoed in your statements as you continue to contest for the leadership of Johannesburg with Mr. Mashaba. Madam Speaker, the opposition must accept that the very first time the people of Alexander had an opportunity to use a flush toilet was only in 1989. We must acknowledge that some of us here, or some of you, had the privilege of a proper infrastructure from birth, when some of us did not have the opportunity until in 1989. And who was in charge of government and infrastructure, and they chose only one section of the population through apartheid segregation. Today we want to cry foul of infrastructure backlogs, when in fact, at that time, South Africa's economy was one of the greatest, being 2 rands to the dollar, which meant we had the necessary resources to invest in infrastructure, including those that were in the township, black, colored, and African. Now, yes, you are coming here today to cry foul, but we are telling you we will continue to invest in the infrastructure and address the historical imbalances created through long periods of governance by an apartheid government, which singled out only one section of the population, which was the white population. As you continue to shout the name of Mashaba, let me also school you. Apartheid government created what was called Bantustans in South Africa, with an intention to subject black people and Africans in particular to be outside of urban areas and subject them to the rural side of the country, where there are no economic opportunities. And indeed, the government of Botswana created, of Bophuthatswana, what they called the Botswana Development Corporation, Bophuthatswana Development Corporation, funded fully by the apartheid state, and who was the beneficiary of the Bophuthatswana Development Corporation. It was black like me, Mashaba. Those of our generation would know, Bracho, you would know that what happened to our hair as a result of the chemicals introduced by Mashaba. Let me conclude, Madam Speaker, that this budget presented confirms the following. We are confirming an 8% maintenance budget in the budget we passed. We are confirming ring fencing of revenue from the water business immediately 1st of July 2026. Madam Speaker, we are also confirming in this budget that we are investing in the development of Leferrain so that we can continue to give dignity to our people. We are also committing that we will work towards ensuring that in the next financial year, we will honor the 30 days payment to our suppliers. Madam Speaker, we are also confirming that Small Street, which was cleaned and reclaimed by this leadership, we will now see a commitment from the private sector to build a student accommodation and over and above, bring commercial sites and social housing in Small Street. We will support the Central Methodist Church to ensure that the church's dignity can be restored once more in Small Street. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the parties here, the responsibility of reclaiming the inner city lies with all of us here in council. And I want to encourage all of you as parties to make your own contribution and be on the ground to help us reclaim the city, because we're doing this for future generations so that our children and our grandchildren can benefit in this great city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. We are now proceeding to the next item.
We're now on recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you once more, Madam Speaker. Allow me to table reports and recommendations for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. Leader of Executive Business, MMC of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the Executive Mayor for the recommendations. On behalf of the Executive, Madam Speaker, we would like to withdraw item 3E and item 5. We would also like to elevate item 3A to D, as well as item 6. So we are elevating item 3A to D, as well as item 6. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much, LOEB, MMC of Finance. So we are going to start with item 3, and we'll go up to item 3D, then we'll do item 6 and get back to our actual agenda. Thank you so much. And item 3E and item 5 has been withdrawn. Thank you so much.
On the escalated item 3 is the 2026-27 to 2028-29 midterm budget, midterm operating budget and related documentation, which is item 3A, that is your 2026-27 to 2028-29 midterm operating budget, read with item 3B, and that is the 2026-27 to 2028-29 midterm capital budget, also read with item 3C, and that's the report on outcomes of public consultation on the proposed 2026-27 budget and its revenue-raising measures, and the technical evaluation led by the National Treasury. And lastly, read with item 3D, and that's the authorization to approve the 2026-27 draft rates policy and 2026-27 draft rates bylaws.
Thank you so much, SDC. Can we start with Councillor C. Santana from the Democratic Alliance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Executive Deputy Mayor finally discovered the language of fiscal discipline. Building Johannesburg together, investing today, securing tomorrow. The tragedy is that her government discovered it only years after fiscal vandalism. It arrives there after decades of political cowardice, cadre deployment, collapsed accountability, and a governing philosophy that treated ratepayers as an endless ATM while infrastructure quietly rotted beneath our feet. And now, after presiding over decline, the ANC asks to be congratulated for noticing the fire while standing in the smoke. The truth is simple. This is not a budget of renewal. It's an election year budget of excuses, tariff hikes, and recycled promises from the very people who broke the city's finances and neglected infrastructure and now claim they want to save. Madam Speaker, the budget for 2026-27 financial year is as follows. Operating revenue, 90.4 billion. Operating expenditure, 88.3 billion. Projected surplus, 2.1 billion before taxes and capital grants. And capital budget of 8.8 billion. Being a total budget of 97.1 billion for the 2026-27 financial year. To the average man in the street, this sounds impressive, but the devil's in the detail. And the detail shows a government that is asking residents to pay more while failing to fix the very infrastructure that would allow Joburg to grow, attract investment, create jobs, and broaden the revenue base. The tariff increases for 2026-27 is reported as follows: property rates at 3.6, electricity at 8.63, water at 12.5, sanitation 11, and refuse at 6.2. Madam Speaker, this is the heart of the matter. Johannesburg's residents are being punished twice. First through collapsed services, and then again through higher tariffs to pay for the collapse. The ANC-led government has chosen the easiest route, squeeze the same ratepayers harder every year instead of fixing the city so that more businesses, more workers, and more households can contribute to the rates and the tariff base. The Deputy Mayor stated in her speech yesterday that the sanitation tariff on the multi-dwellings for sizes 300 to 1,000 square meters will have a 0% increase, providing interim relief while alternative structures are modeling for 2027-2028. The relief is farcical, as most multi-dwelling units are between earth sizes 20 to 300 square meters. Once again, there is no rational agreement to increase the sanitation charge by 11% for residential properties. If the charge is based on earth sizes, it should be increased in line with the property rates of 3.6. The other contentious issue is the water demand levy increasing by 65.6% without any explanation. Possibly that's where the relief is hidden for the sanitation tariffs on the multi-dwelling units with the earth sizes 300 to 1,000. Will have zero, and while they get their 0% increase. An economist says there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's also no such thing as endless affordability. At some point, higher tariffs on the shrinking and struggling base do not rescue revenue. They destroy compliance, drive non-payment, push investment away, and make honest residents question why they should keep paying more for less. Madam Speaker, a city losing 44.7% of its water and 27% of its electricity and collecting 86% of its budget revenue equates to the following under-operating expenditure. Other losses for water is 3.7 billion. Bulk purchases at 27% loss equates to approximately 5.5 billion. The debt impairment of 10.5 billion. That equates to a total cost of losses of approximately 19.7 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year. It's the cost this is the cost that every rand lost through illegal connections, metering, tampering, billing weakness, non-payment, and water losses. That is money lost that cannot repair Johannesburg and represents almost 22% of the operating expenditure budget. This is the cost of ANC failure. It's the price residents pay when pipes are not fixed, substations are not secured, billing is not trusted, meters are not managed, and the city's lost control over the basic systems of government. Employee-related costs at 24.3 billion, or 27.5% of the operating budget or expenditure. The increase of 6.5% represents a provisional or natural attrition of 2.5%, and the PFA allocation of 1.2 billion that was implemented in 25-26 financial year, still in violation of the minister's letter declaring it illegal. Repairs and maintenance of 7.6 billion, or repairs and maintenance as a percentage of PPA at a ratio of 8.1, finally is in line with National Treasury's benchmark. But maintenance alone is not a turnaround. A city with a 220 billion rand infrastructure backlog cannot patch its way to prosperity. Johannesburg needs capital investment at scale, targeted at the infrastructure that makes daily life and economic activity possible. Water, electricity, roads, stormwater, and public safety systems and waste services. Madam Speaker, the PFA is estimated to cost roughly 10.3 billion. That is more than the capital budget of 8.8 billion and represents 1.2 times more than the capital budget. With the infrastructure backlog of 220 billion, any responsible government would have prioritized infrastructure. Instead, the capital budget is almost flat. The city has had a capital budget of 8.7 billion in 25-26 and now brings 8.8 billion in 26-27. Against a 220 billion rand backlog, that is not a rescue plan. It's an admission that this government has no credible infrastructure turnaround. Worse, the cuts fall directly on areas residents see and feel every day. JRA capital expenditure drops from 916 million to 570 million. Transport drops from 573 million to 111 million. Health drops from 38 million to 14 million. Community development drops from 99 million to 16 million, and public safety drops from 41 million to 35 million. ICT drops from 420 million to 175 million. That means MSCOA is still going to remain dormant in the city when it is desperately needed. So when the Deputy Mayor says the budget is about securing tomorrow, the question is, with which roads, which clinics, which transport systems, which community facilities, which safety systems, and which digital infrastructure? The funding sources for 2026-2027 tell a story of a city unable to fund its own infrastructure, with the COJ loans at 3.5 billion, or 39.9%, COJ cash at only 278 million, or 3.2%, national grants at 4.5 billion, or 51.7%, and provincial grants at 4.1 million, basically 0%, and others at 458 million, or 5.2%. Gone are the days when I was a councillor 13 years ago, when the funding mix of City of Johannesburg was a third in loans, a third in cash, and a third in national and provincial grants. This is not a financial strength, this is dependency. A city that contributes so much to the national economy should not be reduced to relying on grants and loans because its own finances have been hollowed out by poor governance, weak collection, waste, losses and political choices. Madam Speaker, the DA's alternative is clear. We do not believe the answer is We do not believe the answer is to test the Laffer curve every year by pushing tariffs higher and hoping residents will somehow keep paying. We believe in fixing infrastructure first, restoring confidence, attracting investment, growing businesses, creating jobs, and broadening the base of people and companies who pay for services. This is how a city grows. This is how a city grows without crushing residents. This is how rates and tariffs can eventually come down, not because political promises relieve before an election, but because the city becomes functional, investable, and economically alive again. Reliable water and electricity are not technical luxuries. They are the foundations of employment. Every burst pipe, every outage, every pothole, every failed traffic light, and every missed refuse collection tell investors that Johannesburg is at risk. Fixing infrastructure is therefore not a service delivery issue, but is an economic growth strategy. The draft rates policy and the draft rates bylaw pushing through and the submissions specifically from Jopoma and others, can the Deputy Mayor ensure that this council has corrective measures in place and have been implemented to avoid unnecessary litigation? That being said, where are all the submissions relating to the budget from residents? I personally submitted comments on the RDP and on the tariffs, on the prescribed form, yet cannot find any submission of any residents. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, based on the time limit that I have, the Democratic Alliance does not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Councillor Nkonyeni, Action SA. And your councillors are walking out whilst you are going to speak. Undisciplined. Yeah, no, I don't believe it. Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni.
Speaker, thank you. Fellow councillors, the residents of Johannesburg, and a very special greeting to my Action SA forces, Urifilwe and Otshepo, that are in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe that credit must be given where it is due. MMC Masuku, I can appreciate the difficult task that you and your office had when it came to putting a more realistic and pragmatic budget together. Madam Speaker, in this chamber, there are real MMCs, and others are just shadows. Action SA has a great example of a real mayor in Tshwane, whether accidental or not, but in this chamber, we have one that is desperate and obsessed. Today, we are confronted with several reports that together paint a very honest picture of the state of our city financially, institutionally, and politically. These reports tell us two things simultaneously. Firstly, Johannesburg remains a city with enormous economic potential, a massive revenue base, and resilient institutions. Secondly, our city is under severe pressure from years of infrastructure decline, weak collections, governance failures, rising debt, and declining public trust. The most important thing about these reports is that for the first time in a long time, the administration is beginning to openly acknowledge the depth of the crisis facing Johannesburg. And that honesty matters, because we cannot solve problems we refuse to admit exist. The financial turnaround framework, which was now withdrawn by the MMC, and we don't know why, but it had confirmed that Johannesburg is not bankrupt but financially fragile. The city's own reports admit cash reserves remain dangerously low, debtors book continues to grow, infrastructure backlogs exceed 52 million, water losses remain unacceptably high, electricity losses continue costing the city billions, public trust in service delivery continues declining. National Treasury itself warned that the original draft budget was effectively unfunded and required correction before approval. This is not a small issue. It is a warning sign. But Speaker, despite these challenges, there are also important positives that we must acknowledge fairly and honestly. The city did manage to improve headline revenue performance. Revenue grew to over 81 billion rand. The city achieved a collection rate close to 86%. The group recorded a surplus position. Cash balances improved compared to prior years. The city successfully redeemed major bond obligations. And despite several operational pressures, the city obtained an unqualified audit outcome at group level. These are not insignificant achievements. They show that Johannesburg still has institutional capacity and a strong economic foundation. The problem is that the improvements remain fragile and are not yet translating into visible improvements from residents on the ground. Residents do not experience a surplus when taps run dry. Residents do not feel financial recovery when sewage flows into streets. Residents do not see improved liquidity and streetlights when streetlights remain off. Potholes deepen and billing disputes continue unresolved. And that is why these reports correctly identify that Johannesburg crisis is not only a financial crisis, it is also a governance crisis, implementation and public confidence crisis. Speaker, one of the most important admissions in the turnaround framework is the recognition that our financial problems are systemic. The city describes what it calls a systemic crisis loop. Billing weaknesses reduce revenue weakens liquidity, weakened liquidity delays maintenance, infrastructure failures then worsen service delivery, public trust declines, and once public trust declines, payment culture collapses further. The diagnosis is absolutely correct, and we must commend the administration for finally connecting financial management directly to service delivery outcomes, because residents do not separate finance from service delivery. When billing systems fail, residents suffer. When infrastructure maintenance is deferred, residents suffer. When governance fails, residents suffer. Speaker, the strongest area of concern throughout all these reports is clearly water. The reports confirm that nearly 45% of water is being lost through leaks, infrastructure failure, illegal connections, and inefficiencies that represent approximately 3.8 billion in lost water revenue annually. At the same time, residents are being asked to pay more through increased tariffs and levies. And therein lies the political danger. Residents are increasingly asking, why must honest residents continue paying to pay more while losses, wastage, and illegal connections continue? The frustration is real, and council must take it seriously. But again, there are positive interventions proposed. The city has now committed to leak reduction programs, reservoir repairs, pressure management, smart metering, infrastructure rehabilitation, and stronger enforcement against illegal connections. If implemented properly, these interventions could begin stabilizing Johannesburg water over time. The same applies to electricity. The report confirms electricity losses of around 30%, costing the city around 5.7 billion annually. Again, this is unsustainable, but the city now proposes advanced metering, prepaid migration, energy balancing, audits of large users, and improved revenue protection measures. These are practical steps. The challenge is implementation, and that word appears repeatedly throughout the reports. Implementation, because Johannesburg does not suffer from a shortage of plans. Johannesburg suffers from a shortage of execution. Speaker, another very important issue raised in the reports is the so-called sweeping arrangement. For years, the revenue for successful entities like Joburg Water has effectively been used to subsidize struggling entities such as City Power. The city now openly admits that this arrangement lacks transparency, weakens accountability, undermines infrastructure investment, and creates governance risk. This is a major admission. The proposed phased reform model with ring fencing and proper revenue sharing agreements is an important step towards improving accountability and protecting infrastructure investment. But council must ensure that reforms are implemented and carefully implemented carefully and responsibly. Because the report also warns that abrupt restructuring could destabilize the city financially. Speaker, we must also acknowledge the city's attempt to improve governance and accountability.
35 seconds left.
The framework proposes monthly reporting, measurable targets, performance tracking, stronger audit controls, consequence management, and evidence-based reporting. So, Speaker, the reality is that Johannesburg remains one of the most important cities on the African continent, and our economy remains powerful. So let us keep it on that trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conny. Councillor Avance Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Could we get more water down here? It's so hot, please. Thank you.
Can we give water to councillors? Thank you, they'll do it. Councillor Boer, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get to the actual OPEX and CAPEX budget figures, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Mayor promises to settle creditors within 30 days. With a budgeted surplus of 2 billion, and from that you have to spend about 300 million on CAPEX, you're left with 1.7 billion. Your backlog on creditors amounts to plus minus 20 billion. How on earth are you going to pay suppliers in 30 days? It's not able. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, and other political parties as well, ring fencing is the word of the month. Every party talks about the ring fencing. Ring fencing is this miracle that is going to save Joburg Water and City Power. No, it is not, Madam Speaker. The budgeted surplus for Johannesburg Water is 991 million rand in this budget. For City Power, it is 725 million rand surpluses. That is before capital expenditure of 1.9 billion for Joburg Water, so they are already short of $1 billion, and City Power 2.3 billion. They got 720 million, so they are short by 1.6 billion. So both those entities are not needed to be ring-fenced because they are not generating income to sustain themselves. So ring-fencing is not going to make any difference to any of those entities. Madam Speaker, I'm talking about operational budget income. Despite the tariff increase of 12.5% in water, our budgeted increase in revenue is only 5.2%. So ineffectively, we are budgeting to sell 7% less water to our residents than in the previous year. I really don't know how we got to those figures. We are easy to budget for fines and penalties of 183 million rand. Before the post office collapsed, and before our speeding contract lapsed, we used to collect R1 billion a year on speeding fines and penalties. We are happy to accept 183 million, write off another 800 million. Madam Speaker, the figures that you were used for non-revenues, those figures were used, those were the actual figures in June last year. Non-revenue water, 44.7%. Electricity losses, 27%. On the last quarterly reports of those entities, the non-revenue water has increased to 48.7%, another 10% increase. And on electricity, it jumped to 32% from 27%. That is a 20% increase. So our losses are just getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. On the expenses side, Madam Speaker, while we budgeted for 5.2% extra income on water, we only budget to pay Rand Water 3.9% extra, despite a tariff increase of 12.5%. So we budget to buy 8% less water from Johannesburg Water. I don't know how we got to that. Madam Speaker, we are happy to budget for another 14 billion rand of cost of debt impairment and other losses. And those other losses are only on water, that is not electricity. We are happy to increase those provisions of 14.6% and 11%. While JRA, which we need the cash to fix our potholes, to fix our robots, only gets an increase of 3.6% from 1.7 billion to 1.8 billion. Madam Speaker, our collection rate budget is 86%. For electricity, it's standing at 93.8%. For water, 73.5%. And then we blame the economic conditions why our collection rate on water is so much less than on electricity. Do the people that use electricity are in a better economic situation than the people that use water? No, Madam Speaker, we are looking for excuses. I always thought a mafia is only an organization that existed in Italy. No, Madam Speaker, it exists in Johannesburg. We've got tender mafia, we've got building mafia, we've got water mafia. Our residents in Region D and Region G are paying for water, but not to the city. They are paying to lords that are collecting water and electricity money from them. And we are not addressing those problems at all. We just accept our losses. I'm moving over to capital expenditure, Madam Speaker. Although the MMC for Finance admits that we got a 220 billion rand backlog in infrastructure, our budget for 26-27 increased by a mere 70 million rand from 8.7 last year to 8.77 this year. And then not even talk about the next year where we are budgeting for a loss of only capex expenditure of 8 billion, a decrease of another 800 million rand. Madam Speaker, JRA's capex budget reduced from 915 to 570, a 37% decrease, while the city is full of potholes. And then our loan funding. Madam Speaker, this budget is not funded at all. But despite that, we are prepared to borrow 2.3 billion rand from a German company. Madam Speaker, in the Insolvency Act, there is a stipulation that is called an act of insolvency. And that means if you borrow money knowing that you are not able to repay it, you are personally liable for this debt. And that is what is happening in this city. We are incurring debt by
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Nofamela from the African National Congress.
Thank you,
Madam. Apologies. Councillor Netemba from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Konkobe Noktula, Chief Whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mkhapi, and all 29 battalion of the EFF. Greetings also to all the councillors and also to the guests in the gallery and those that are watching from social media. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation. Speaker, as the EFF, we approve this budget so that it can bring basic needs of our people, which is housing, electricity, and water, so that this budget can bring tar roads, clinics, libraries, swimming pools to Brandfisher, to Ivory, Deep Sloot, Cosmo City, in all the sub-regions of Johannesburg. We approve this budget so that the youth of Johannesburg can get internships and jobs. We approve this budget so that the people who stay in the squatter camps can get houses, can get electricity in their squatter camps. We approve this budget so that we can keep insourcing of security guards and cleaners in the city of Johannesburg. We approve this budget so that we can abolish all the tenders in the city of Johannesburg. As the EFF, we note this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Netemba. Can I remind us that when someone is on the podium, we either stand outside or we sit down. Councillor Nofamela from the African National Congress.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, this budget arrives at a defining moment in the life of our city. Johannesburg continues to face severe pressures in aging infrastructure, rising service delivery demands, increasing urbanization, vandalism of public infrastructure, electricity and water losses, financial constraints, and growing pressure from poverty and unemployment. The report before Council openly acknowledges these realities and correctly identifies financial sustainability and good governance as the foundation upon which recovery must take place. What is important, Madam Speaker, is that this administration does not merely identify problems, it presents interventions. The figures we see in this report, Madam Councillor, are important because they demonstrate that despite fiscal pressures, Johannesburg is still investing in rebuilding itself. The figures we see reflects an administration that understands that residents are not interested in political grandstanding. While infrastructure collapses around them, residents want a city that functions. Madam Speaker, what distinguishes responsible leadership is the willingness to confront these realities with deliberate interventions. And that is what the MMC's office and the MMC for Finance are seeking to achieve. As the ANC, we support this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nofumela. I call on the MMC of Finance, Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Executive Mayor, fellow councillors and MMCs. Madam Speaker, we will bring the framework back to Council before the end of June, and we did consult with the National Treasury and they are okay with that. Madam Speaker, our budget is a pro-poor budget. It's a developmental, transformative and reform-orientated budget which seeks to deal with the urgent needs of our residents. Madam Speaker, this is a service delivery orientated budget for the people of Johannesburg to help us confront historical infrastructure backlog, aging infrastructure and water and electricity losses. So voting for this budget, Madam Speaker, is voting for progress. We are going to fix our local government. We are going to fix our Johannesburg with this budget. If you believe in Johannesburg, vote for this budget. If you love our city, vote for this budget, because this budget is about building a stronger and a more resilient Johannesburg for future generations. We will continue to build the foundation and as we secure the future, but we have to invest today in securing tomorrow for our children and our great-grandchildren. Madam Speaker, if councillors believe in Johannesburg, they must vote for this budget. We ask Council to approve the budget of 97.1 billion for Johannesburg residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC of Finance. The recommendations are on pages. I'll wait until everybody has been seated. It's like we have not read what I've asked us to read today. The recommendations are on pages 3C.25 to 3C.26 and 3D.13. Colleagues, the time for the bell will come. Oh, these councillors. Recommendations on pages 3C.25 to 3C.26 and 3D.13. Are these items agreed to? Can I now ask for the bell to be rung? Frans. Okay. Thank you for the bell. Thank you, colleagues. We will now start. Whoever's outside will remain outside. And it's the normal suspects that are running outside. Yo, Action SA, please. Please. It's your caucus leader.
No, point of order, Speaker. Speaker, no, point of order. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order?
No, point of order.
You stand when you have a point of order. Executive Mayor.
No, Councillor Mabukeze running stomach is coming now. He's in the toilet.
Can you tell him to hurry up with his stomach? Can you ask Mabuke to hurry up? I allowed Councillor Conny to come in and he was outside after the bell was rung. Councillor Cotrius, Councillor Cotrius. No. I allowed your leader to walk in after the bell has rung. No, don't do that to me. Councillor Mabuke is back. Councillor Mabuke is back. Can I have those who abstain? Aye, Councillor. Matthew. Cook.
Afternoon, Speaker. The door behind the Democratic Alliance is still standing open.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you close the door? Can I see those who abstain? Lift your hands. And Councillor Marcel is laughing about it. Get you. Can I go to the nose? You may lower your hands. Those who say yes, can I see your hands? check if there's coke. You may drop your hands. Thank you. Yeah, we're just consolidating. Councillor Ahmad, put down your hand. Councillor Mpolobosho, put down your hand. Thank you so much. Executive Mayor.
Those who voted against the budgets must not get their salaries.
Those who abstain, it's 1. Those who said no, it's 92. Those who said yes is 139. The item is carried. Thank you so much, councillors. Councillor Niemand. Wacht net so bietjie. Councillors. Councillors. Thank you so much. Councillor Niemand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 84 of the Standing Rules of Council, please record the Democratic Alliance opposition to this unfunded budget, and we reserve our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, STC.
We now proceed with item 6, and that's tabling of the 2024-25 City of Johannesburg Group Integrated Annual Report for the year ended 30th June 2025.
Councillors, we don't have any speakers on this item, so we would just proceed and say that part of the annual report that was tabled in January, and what is tabled today is the outstanding part. Therefore, the report is for noting and referral to MPAC for oversight process. The debate on the annual report will happen after MPAC concludes the oversight process and submit recommendations to Council. Through its oversight report in due course, the recommendations are on page 6.5, is the item noted. Thank you so much. We now revert back.
We're now on item 1, and that's 2026-27 Integrated Development Plan Review and 2026-27 Departmental and Municipal Entities Business Plans.
Thank you so much. Councillor Boer, kan ons gou hoor?
Goedemiddag, Speaker. Ik heb net gewonder, is this current budget, we're still working on the old budget at least, is there still provision for lunch in this budget or is it already used up? Thank you.
Well, of course, we will have lunch, but we'll have it after item 1. Ons maak klaar met wat ons begin het. Item 1 has been read into record. Councillor R. Harris. Your time has started, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to item 1, the IDP and business plans. The IDP is presented in line with the requirements of section 23.
Councillors on my, sorry, Councillor Harris. Councillors on my right, those that are moving out, please move out silently. Councillor Harris, you can carry on.
Please start the clock again, Madam Speaker.
I have
Sections 23(1), 26 and 34 of the Municipal Systems Act. A good plan will outline the current realities and give an analysis of challenges like housing, infrastructure deficits, poverty levels, and other socio-economic issues faced by the city. It should capture the strategic vision as well as detailed project proposals and budgets. Lastly, there should be KPIs to track and monitor implementation. These items tick all these boxes. The honesty in acknowledging the catalogue of infrastructure failure, fiscal challenges, erratic electricity and water supply, high crime levels, lawlessness, and deepening socio-economic inequality must be commended. However, this degradation did not happen overnight or in a vacuum. Human settlements particularly is a Pandora box of despair, pain, and the inability to cater to the needs of those trapped for years in a nebulous waiting list for housing and an opportunity to be housed in retirement villages. There are over 30,000 people employed by the city with a wage bill closer to 22 billion than the reported 20 billion, who pitch up to work but are seemingly impotent to stop the decay. I generalize, of course, because there are pockets of excellence within the city. The key interventions to remedy the situation are acknowledged. There is an elephant in the room when we talk of the public commenting process. The IDP is compiled by officials. Councillors are invited to the IDP meetings and they, together with communities, present their wish lists. We acknowledge that the city cannot cater to all the people all the time. The injustice, though, is amplified when some people are catered to all the time. When these items are approved and the wishes of certain communities are not reflected, the council is going to bear the brunt of community dissatisfaction. I could use the stolen swimming pool in El Dorado Park as an example. However, I want to cite the stolen Union Stadium as a prime example. No budget is allocated to rebuilding what could be a powerful catalyst for change within Region B. The reason why no budget is allocated, someone wrote, is because the community vandalizes facilities. Collective punishment is meted out to communities and the youth specifically, because the city has no plan to protect community-based assets and we are weak at engaging stakeholders to optimally use and care for these facilities. This example is indicative of the way the city is allocating resources following a path of least resistance. The business plans are not really an indication of creativity and innovation within the different entities and departments. In reality, they are straitjackets and invisible boundaries, ensuring the least is being done. The ACDP encourages the residents of the city to register to vote on the 20th and 21st of June. On the 4th of November, send more ACDP councillors into council so that we can lead this great city to an era of innovation, development, integrity, servant leadership, technical proficiency, and above all, the restoration of the trust deficit between public office bearers and those we serve. The ACDP notes these items, but with severe reservations. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. The Democratic Alliance, Councillor Avant-Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to donate my 2 minutes to Councillor Krish, please.
Thank you. Action SA, Councillor T. Nkomo. Outside. Where's Councillor Nkomo? Not here. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm here, Speaker. Thank you. I was just caught off guard. Can you please stop my time just for a bit? I just need to locate
No,
my
Councillor,
speech.
I did not dock others' time, so when I call you...
No,
you
it's
get-
fine. I've located
Yes.
it, Speaker. Before others start howling on the other side. Good day, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, members of Council, residents of Johannesburg, the fabulous 44 caucus leader, Marcel co-chairs. Today we are asked to adopt the 2026-2027 Integrated Development Plan, a document that speaks about renewal, infrastructure, resilience, financial sustainability, safer communities, and an accelerated service delivery. On paper, the vision is ambitious, but the real issue before us is not whether the city understands the problems. The issue is whether this administration has the capacity and political will to fix them. The IDP itself admits that Johannesburg is facing infrastructure collapse, unreliable water and electricity supply, financial pressure, crime, lawlessness, and growing inequality. Residents already know this reality. They live it every day through dry taps, water outages, potholes, sewage spills, uncollected waste, unsafe streets, and collapsing municipal services. Honourable Speaker, residents do not judge government by strategy documents or slogans. They judge government by delivery. The city speaks about becoming a world-class African city, yet many communities are still waiting for reliable basic services. The administration speaks about accelerated service delivery, but service failures continue across Johannesburg. The administration speaks about financial sustainability, but residents continue paying for services that are inconsistent or unreliable. The administration speaks about restoring trust, but trust cannot be rebuilt through promises alone. Trust is rebuilt through visible action and accountability. Honorable Speaker, this IDP contains many plans, frameworks, and commitments, but Johannesburg has become a city of endless turnaround strategies with too little implementation. Communities are tired of hearing about future improvements while conditions continue to deteriorate. They want functioning infrastructure, they want safe neighborhoods, they want clean streets, they want accountable leadership, and above all, they want a government that works. We support development, we support infrastructure investment, we support economic growth and safer communities, but we cannot ignore the widening gap between the promises in this document and the lived reality of residents across Johannesburg. The true test of this IDP will not be the number of targets listed in the document. The true test will be whether residents experience real change in their daily lives. Will water outages decrease? Will roads be repaired? Will electricity become more reliable? Will lawlessness in the inner city be addressed? Will municipal entities finally function effectively? Those are the questions residents are asking. And until this administration delivers measurable improvements, confidence in the city's leadership remains deeply challenged. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nkomo. Councillor Eskrish, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. I rise today to place on record the so-called IDP public participation process was nothing more than a box-ticking exercise. An insult to many of the residents of Johannesburg. Wards representing roughly 20,000 residents were each permitted only two questions for entire communities facing collapsing infrastructure, failing transport systems, deteriorating roads and economic decline. Even ward councillors were barred from presenting IDP inputs on behalf of the residents, and they were elected to present. That is not public participation, that's managed silence. And while the administration silences residents, the transport system of Johannesburg is collapsing in full public view. I select this portfolio solely because it plays such a vital role in the future success and development within the city. And I reply with the business plans in mind. Let us deal with the facts. Over the last 2 decades, nearly 80 billion rand has been poured into BRT projects with computer volumes nowhere near proportional to the investment by Treasury. In the 2025-2026 period, National Treasury disbursed approximately 7.5 billion rand through the Public Transport Network grant for BRTs. And with 15 years past, Phase 1A under PyTrans has effectively collapsed. The contract cancelled and due to poor performance management, sabotage and theft. However, the city still continues paying PyTrans for basic feeder services because no proper transitional plan existed for the new bus operating company. Once again, the residents of Johannesburg are forced to pay for failure and fill the gap financially. Phase 1CA has had to rely on the 68 buses funded by the city because the Alexander bus operating company still cannot secure funding for the 141 buses required to fill its contractual obligations. Rea Vaya recorded only 12,000 trips against a planned target of just under 50,000, a staggering shortfall of 37,000 trips. Fare revenue amounting to only 25 million, which is just 11% of its target. Now, Treasury has effectively suspended further funding for Phase 1CB until the Transport Department resolves the failures surrounding Phase 1A and 1CA. Speaker, public transport in Johannesburg is on the brink of collapse, yet Rea Vaya continues swallowing almost 900 million rand annually while delivering declining performance, declining reliability, and declining public confidence. You cannot claim to have a people's plan when there's no plan for the people. You can't have the IDP without the capacity of the state to deliver services for every rand spent. Roads are collapsing, bridges are deteriorating, stormwater systems are failing, traffic signals are broken and never fixed, and residents are spending hours trapped in congestion because their administration has failed to move people efficiently across the city. That's not an IDP for the people, that's wishful thinking. The entire IDP becomes weak and meaningless when the basic movement of people, goods, services, and economic opportunity is failing. And this under MMC Kunene. And this crisis extends far beyond public transport. The Johannesburg Roads Agency's road asset management system that manages all road inventories and data is itself in decline, operating at only 62% monitoring capacity for the critical infrastructure. So my question is, how was the IDP informed? The numbers are catastrophic. 38 billion rand needed for road repairs, 16 billion rand needed for bridge rehabilitation and repair, 61 billion rand required for stormwater infrastructure, and 370 million rand needed for traffic signals alone. In total, Johannesburg will require 115 billion just to simply rescue existing infrastructure from total decay. Where will this money come from? More borrowings? It's a fantasy IDP, full of biza. It is governance through denial. And after 5 years, the MC Kunene has demonstrated neither urgency, nor innovation, nor leadership within this portfolio. Where is he today? I don't think he's attended one full Section 79 Transport Committee meeting. He's been absent from 12. And in fact, we have had 2 committee meetings cancelled due to non-submission of reports by the JRA. And we now have an ADP that covers transport. And how was this informed? Now compare this failure to the cities that work. Cape Town's My City system is widely recognized as the most successful BRT system in the country because it delivers operational resilience, ridership, and integration. Ridership grew by 68% from 2021 to 2026, facilitating approximately 23 million passenger trips annually. That smacks from the 12,000 that Rio Fire did, 12,000 versus 23 million that this city performed with Rio Fire. Then we look at Go George system, which achieved a 91% overall rating and a 97% reliability. That is well above the 53% from Rio Fire.
50 seconds left.
Why are Cape Town and George retaining treaty confidence? Because they are run by the Democratic Alliance. And IDP means nothing without political will. The people of Johannesburg are tired of excuses. We have the ideas, we have the competence, we have the integrity. And under the seasoned leadership of incoming Executive Mayor Helen Ziller in November, Johannesburg can become a functioning city again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor N. Khatebe, EFF, they are not here. Okay. Councillor T. Myers.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, and our caucus leader, Councillor Belinda Kaiser Ichazanjoko. Madam Speaker, as I listened attentively to the presentation of the 2026-2027 budget speech, we were informed in this council yesterday that 99.3% of residents have access to water, 96% access to sanitation, 92% access to electricity, and 87% access to refuse collection. It is called the People's Plan, but if one analyzes it in greater detail, the attached IDP annexures, it makes mentions that citizen satisfaction with water and electricity services is declining, and it's declining fast. Yet the people speak. I doubt the businesses and residents of Selby would agree with the statistics, for they will now go almost 1 full year without water and sanitation. And if we consider the current financial year, between December and January alone, there has been over 22 consecutive water outages across the city, largely on the back of pipe bursts and low reservoirs. The problem is not new, for even in this document, the city has underinvested in the coalface of service infrastructure, such as City Power, Pick It Up, and Johannesburg Water. City Power and Johannesburg Water's combined infrastructure backlog, as listed in this document, sits at over 44 billion and 26 billion rand, respectively, as stated. In this very same RDP document, the city admits it has been reactive rather than responsive, and proposes move towards preventative maintenance, proper lifestyle management, asset management, evidence-based infrastructure planning, for the challenges include governance and accountability failures, political interference, corruption, leadership failure, and poor coordination across the entities. If this government is serious about fixing the basics around governance, then it should ask itself, why have they lowered the qualification requirements for the CEO at City Power from the original advert? A crucial entity once reserved and once revenue generating for the city, in severe financial distress, you surely want the best to lead that entity. Your metro trading reforms propose financial sustainability, accountability and infrastructure renewal. City Power is already drawing on revenue from other sources and the general revenue in the city. And get this, in 2025-2026 financial year, City Power had to deal with over 1 million outages. 1 million outages. Imagine the revenue losses to this entity and having a growing overdraft of billions of rands. The RDP lists further energy mix. Great stuff. However, the city has undertaken to punish private solar users who are on prepaid meters, forcing them to convert back to conventional power and reducing their disposable income further. Why not engage with them and buy some of their solar back, much cheaper than Eskom? Why? City Power and Joburg Water have become shadows of themselves, where water runs down most streets, then coming out of the taps, where City Power is forcing businesses to reconsider whether they want to stay in Johannesburg or shut down. And in shutting down, leaving people unemployed. These service delivery failures, Speaker, are felt by everyone. From Orange Farm, Soweto, to Sandton, to Melville, to Coronationville, to Eldorado Park, to Claremont, the whole city. It doesn't matter. Residents across the city are experiencing power outages. They are experiencing water outages. Speaker, the IDP does not speak to Johannesburg Water's turnaround plan in great detail, which is underfunded and will continue to be underfunded in the medium term with an allocation of 6.4 billion over 3 years. Joburg Water needs a minimum of 3.5 billion each financial year just to start catching up. This means that the Johannesburg of tomorrow will not serve the future generations, as the backlogs will continue to grow and outpace infrastructure investment, leaving future generations with one of the most vital resources, which is water. Speaker, while some of these plans and proposals seek to improve infrastructure, great. The city should focus on getting basics right, such as governance and leadership. When this filters down to the entities, the rest usually follows. Speaker, investment infrastructure is critical to any major city in South Africa. It's no surprise that the city of Cape Town has invested in a planned budget of 40 billion rand over the 3 capex investment years, more than Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni combined. But Johannesburg underinvestment is self-made, because the real calamity started not in 2021, but back in 2000, 2006, and 2011. For that, all those who would follow would inherit this. Speaker, in concluding, the city must get governance right, because the ID document.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Mokoena from the African National Congress.
Thanks, Speaker, and greetings to you. Greeting to the Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, MMCs, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors, members in the gallery, and community of Johannesburg at large. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 1. 2026-2027 IDP is not just a review, it's a planning instrument, but a recovery blueprint to set a clear pathway forward. At the core of a plan, the bold revitalization of the inner city with the focus of restoring infrastructure, redeveloping hijacked buildings, repositioning the precinct like Hillbrow, Jeepistown, Braamfontein as economic hubs. The IDP aligns with Johannesburg 2040 growth and development strategy. And the goals of National Development Plan as key intervention include urban regeneration, the development of hijacked buildings and targeted precinct upgrade, service delivery acceleration, including electrifying of informal settlement, modernization of waste infrastructure. Financial sustainability, support by improved revenue collection, cost control, private and public and private partnership, inclusive growth, economy, focusing on township economy, innovation hubs, and youth entrepreneurship, public safety and law enforcement, including smart civilian system, expanded by law enforcement, strategic partnership, including community, business, and government. In compliance with Section 26 of Municipality System Act, the 2026-2027 IDP include the city vision and strategic development priorities, a comprehensive assessment of Johannesburg current development level service delivery backlogs, a spatial development framework outlining the key urban planning priorities, sector-specific strategic aligned to Johannesburg long-term growth and development trajectory, financial planning, projecting medium-term revenue, expenditure needs, performance indicators, targets for 26-27 to 28-29 financial years, ensuring accountability and implementation. All these, Speaker, are on Annexure A for 26-27 Integrated Development Plan. The set out is the city's will to deliver services, allocate budget, address challenges, achieve long-term goals. Let me note the key challenges noted: infrastructure crisis, that infrastructure backlog that exceeds 220 billion. Number 2, service delivery failure, frequent outage and poor maintenance. Number 3, financial instability, a weak revenue collection and rising cost. Number 4, governance weaknesses, corruption, inefficiency, lack of accountability, socio-economic pressure, poverty affecting over 50%, unemployment of 33%, youth 44%, housing backlog of plus minus 406 units, climate risk, increased pressure on the infrastructure and service. Importantly, Speaker, the IDP is built around a house model, as MMC Loiso Masuku have indicated yesterday. The foundation of the house accelerates service delivery. The pillars of the house are infrastructure resilient, rule of law, digital economy and governance, financial sustainability. And lastly, Speaker, the roof of the house is equal to strategic partnership, meaning government, private sector, and communities. The key intervention grouped together, fixing of basic service, including stabilization of water, electricity, road, waste system. Renewing infrastructure, this will include directing majority of capital spending, upgrading of existing assets and focusing on high risk and high demand areas. The financial sustainability, strengthening of revenue collection, improving billing and reducing losses. Growing economy and creating jobs, supporting SMME, informal settlement, as well as expanding digital and green economy opportunities. Spatial justice include improving access to housing, transport, economic opportunity, as well as investing in historic marginalized areas. Safer areas, meaning managing unbanned environment, strengthening law enforcement, addressing illegal activities and unbanned decay, and public safety. Digital transformation using data, smart system for planning and service delivery, and expanding continuity in digital inclusion. community priorities and feedback from communities. According to the IDP final submission, Annexure A, residents raised the following concern or issues: infrastructure breakdown and basic service failures. This came up as a primary dominant resident rapidly rising concerns and unreliable supply of basic service, lacking turnaround of resolution and maintenance issues. The second dominant issue that communities have been raising anti-satisfaction, Speaker, tariff issues. Tariff issues and unaffordable given unemployment rate in the city, lack of accountability and trust, socio-economic pressures. Brief overview of table 51 and 50. No, sorry, Speaker. So, Speaker, I remember when the mayor in the city of Joburg at one stage raising an issue to say, let us repurpose and let us reimagine Joburg. I think on the budget speech, he said, when he greeted all the MMC, he said, "Iskimisam." We are realizing now, through executive mayor and Iskimisahai, they are doing a lot. It has proven to say they are visionary leaders and they are doing the right things. And we are saying to them, carry on. Just because of, you see, there is a problem, Speaker. If a man decided not want to listen, that person will never listen to anything, neither good or bad. He'll never listen just because of that person decided she or he will never listen to anyone. But we are saying to the city leadership, carry on, push development so that at the end of the day, our people can see the difference in the city. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. We now call on the MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to all the councillors for their comments. Madam Speaker, the 2026-2027 IDP balances service delivery across communities by using a specially targeted needs-based investment approach. The city is not treating all areas the same. It is prioritizing community where there is infrastructure failure, historic exclusion, service backlogs are most severe, while still maintaining city-wide services. Johannesburg scale makes this critical. We serve an estimated 5.9 million residents, as councillors have clearly indicated, and about 2.29 households, and we represent around 37% of Gauteng's population and 9% of South Africa's population. So the IDP directs capital investment towards housing, as said by Councillor Mokoena and Councillor Nkomo. Yes, that becomes a priority: urban renewal, transport, electricity, sanitation, and green infrastructure. The public participation and integrated planning that the city used had 2 rounds, Madam Speaker, and the process was to ensure that it's informed by residents and stakeholders. Round 1 was the community-based planning, which were held from October to November 2025, so that we get wide priorities directly from residents, and these engagements are critical for moving to round 2. In round 2, the IDP forums were held from 18th to the 16th of May to present the draft IDP, and of course, What becomes important is that it's across all regions, and this year's efforts included targeted stakeholders, your LGBTQIA plus community, youth, women, so that we ensure that a range of community voices are heard, Madam Speaker. And I think what is important is that we must understand that the city is repairing trust. We want visible service delivery, public accountability, citizen engagement, customer satisfaction, and of course, an active and an engaged citizenry. And Madam Speaker, without going into detail, I think what is important is that residents have a platform, and we must continue to giving the residents a platform to engage the city, to make sure that their voices are heard. We ask Council to note the report. Thanks.
Thank you so much, MMC. Colleagues, recommendations is on page 1.10. Is the item agreed to? Okay, the yeses have it. I think we can go on to the other 3 items. Councillor Smith.
Speaker, according to Rule 84, please can you note our dissent on this item, and we reserve our rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are going to break for 45 minutes. But remember, we have 3 items to come back to. Item 2, item 7, and item 8, and they are not items that can take the whole year. So it's 3 o'clock, and we will come back at 3:45. Okay, and 4:45 sharp. It's fine, I will deal with it when we come back. Sorry, man, I'll deal with it. Switch off. Good afternoon, colleagues. If your neighbor is still outside, tell him or her to come in. We are 5 minutes over the time that we are supposed to have started. Hey, that voice. Can we check that everybody's in the house so that we can start? No problem.
Councillors, welcome back. We resume with item 2, and that is tabling of the 2026-27 Institutional Service Delivery Budget and Implementation Plan.
Thank you so much. We on to the speakers list, and we have Councillor R. Harris as the first speaker on item 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody, once again. I rise to speak on item 2, the tabling of the 2026-27 Institutional Service Delivery Budget and Implementation Plan. The ACDP notes this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Raadslid Boer, Vryheidsfront Plus.
Middag mevrou die speaker, Jannie, wat ek wil huis toe gaan, maar ek wil net vir jou sê, jou keuse van daai potte is dan baie beter. As ek nou dink daai potte sou blou gewees het of rooi of geel of any other color of the rainbow, but this green is really suitable. But I'm not going to speak on this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Baie dankie. Councillor Tien Komba from Action SA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As Action SA, we note the item.
Thank you so much. Councillor Khatebe is not here. Councillor Mokwena from the African National Congress.
Thank you, Speaker. We are noting the report, thanks.
Thank you so much. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the noting by councillors.
Thank you, councillors. I note the noting. The recommendations on pages 2.3 is the item agreed to. Thank you so much. Must give you finger lunch more often. Item 4.
Our item 4 is the financial report, which requests for approval and authorization to enter into a master service level agreement with Standard Bank and Southern Bank of Southern Africa. For the provision of commercial banking services for the city and its entities for a period not exceeding 3 financial years.
Councillor Santana, DA. I know what you're going to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How do you know what I'm going to say? Madam Speaker, the only thing I am going to say is I would obviously hope that we don't get into a situation where we continuously extend the contract like we did the last time since 2016, about 9 times for the same thing. So we are in agreement because this is part of the trading reforms for the entities. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Councillor Conny from Action SA is not here. Okay, we move. Councillor Boer. Raadslid Boer.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what list you've got in front of you, but my name is not on this list.
Oh,
Thank
sorry,
you.
sorry. Oeh, ek kyk iewers anders. Councillor Shai. Shai. Apologies.
Let me start by, I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Let me acknowledge you, Madam Speaker, the guests in the galleries, all members of the media present, and the fabulous 44, soon to be 100 plus, fellow councillors, and most importantly, the resident of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, let me also wish the best of luck to our national team, Bafana Bafana, for their World Cup in Mexico, Canada, and USA. Speaking of the national team, let me also not forget the Klama boys, the Pefeni boys, Amakosi, Abafana Bakuthola Ngekolo, for the great season. Even if we didn't win any trophy, we'll continue to win the heart of the South Africans. So their hard work and persistence and perseverance remind me of Action SA. As we can see, Action SA is also getting closer and closer to the throne. We all know who can deliver the city from its problems. Even the opposition cannot stop shouting his name, Mr. Mashaba. On item 4 is the financial report, request approval and authorization to enter into the master service level agreement with Standard Bank for providing commercial banking services for the city and its entities for a period not exceeding 3 years. So as say, we want the city to continue doing business with the Standard Bank. We have noted some of the few key benefit in this report, which are firstly the digital transformation, which enables the city to implement modern digital banking product and services. And number 2 is operational efficiency, enhance data management, improve the revenue collection method, and drive cost savings. And number 3 is the security and compliances, ensuring all bank payment system meet a strict security standard and remain fully compliant. Tabela ho sebedisana le ba African Bank, you know, we like to approve this report. Thank you.
Standard Bank. Thank you so much. PA, Councillor Pizzo.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in his absence here, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, Patriotic Alliance, councillors under the capable leadership of Caucus Leader MMC Kunen, fellow councillors, officials, members of the media, residents of the city of Joburg, I greet you all in the wonderful name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. I rise to speak on item 4. Madam Speaker, this my debate is a creative parable of a woman called the city of Joburg. Speaker, the history of this woman has not been perfect. She has been through a lot. This woman has been through 6 political terms, and a book can be written about each term of her life. Madam Speaker, I say yes to the fact that this woman has experienced seasons of the wilderness before. But Speaker, Muniba Izani, this woman is not in despair. We are handling a tenacious woman here, a woman who is in repair from her previous failed relationships with different men who carelessly handled her. The Bible says, though a righteous man may fall 7 times, they rise up again and again and again. Madam Speaker, this woman is learning from every fall. She's getting wiser, stronger, and more resilient in order to build a future that is founded on dignity, strength, inclusivity, opportunities for her people and her posterity. Madam Speaker, I subsequently like to commend this woman called the city of Joburg on the right direction she's taking in terms of doing public participation with her people before drafting policies and entering into bank agreements that will affect her people. Standard Bank has went over and above for this city. This bank has even provided this city with more collection methods that will boost her budgets for subsequent financial years and helped her to reducing banking costs. Madam Speaker, this is not just an agreement, but it's a partnership that will only make this city greater and stronger. Standard Bank has the best interest at heart for this city. Therefore, as the Patriotic Alliance, we endorse the agreement for the provisions of banking services with Standard Bank for the city of Joburg and her entities. Madam Speaker.
I like Mary, so she spoke out. Councillor Modupi from the African National Congress.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ku dumedise. Ka bokgutshwanyane fela, Madam Speaker. Ke nahana hore boholo ba makhanselara bo se bo buile. mme ha ke batle hore ke tlo pheta dintho tse seng ba di buile. Jwalo ka ha ke eme monana ke emetse mokgatlo o moholo wa African National Congress, ke batla hore le rona re tjhaella monwana tumellano pakeng tsa toropo ya Johannesburg le banka ya Standard Bank hore e tle e fane ka ditshebeletso ho akaretsa le di entities tsa rona. Ka mantswe ano ne ke kopa hore ke di otle mohatla kgwedi motsamaisa dipuisano. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Modupi. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much to all councillors for the support, and what we've committed to do that 2 years before, we will now start with the process. So we are cognizant of the fact that has been raised by Councillor Santana. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, MMC and councillors. Recommendations are on pages 4.3. Is the item agreed to? Danko.
We move to item 7, and that is the commencement of the recruitment process and acting arrangements for the position of the Ombudsman.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Geletsane. I hope I've said it right this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA notes this report. However, Speaker, please can I have the 2 minutes of this 8 minutes incorporated into item 8, because I want to speak to the ANC with the 10 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Wait, Councillor, I must consult on that. Councillor Chuma, action essay. Before you speak, Councillor Geletsane, it is said I can't do that by legal. Thank you, Councillor Chuma.
Speaker, nipfumeleli nimshoweta showeta na vatirhikulobye makhanselara kusuka ka mavandla hi ku hambanahambana ka wona hi swona ni xeweta na vatshami va dorobankulu ra City of Johannesburg ni xeweta na vatirhikulobye va Action SA under our caucus leader. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to remind the residents of City of Johannesburg to register to vote, particularly young people, who are the biggest casualties of municipal failures, specifically on unemployment and social ills. Do not just register, register to vote and vote Action SA on the 4th of November to ensure we bring back Herman Mashaba as a mayor. For young people of this once glorious city under Herman Mashaba, it's now or never in terms of your electoral participation. It is for this reason that our incoming mayor, Herman Mashaba, this past weekend, have made history by showing the highest level of transparency in South African politics by naming his governance team credible professionals to clean this city, never seen before. Speaker, as Action SA, we have consistently said that the executive needs to be proactive in filling senior management position. We are of the view that, knowing very well that the incumbent contract will expire on the 30th of April, the process should have been initiated to avoid the possibility of an acting appointment. As Action SA, we note this report and approve all recommendations, except recommendation number 5, which is utterly out of order. How can we authorize an extension of an acting while the process has not yet begun? We are rejecting it because we want this process to be concluded within the legislated prescribed time frame, closing the possibility of if required. It must happen in time. We cannot be part and parcel of preparing for the failure.
Councillor Nguze from the African National Congress.
Thank you, Speaker. The African National Congress to agree with the recommendations on the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This is a critical report because the role of the ombuds in our municipality is very important, and we also can't leave a vacuum. That is why the city manager has to then be able to have someone appoint somebody to act. It's important for stability and continuity. So we ask council to approve the report.
Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations on pages 7.8, 7.7 to 7.8, is the item agreed to? Thank you so much.
We proceed to item 8, and that is a recruitment and appointment process of the group head for communications and marketing position.
Thank you so much. Councillor Geletsane from the DA, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I was not necessarily going to be speaking to the ANC, but I'll speak to the officials of the seat of Joburg. Speaker, I rise on item 8, the appointment process of the group head communication and marketing position. Speaker, seat of Joburg is a crime scene. We gather here to debate financial crimes that has happened, financial crimes that are currently happening, and financial crimes that are going to happen. Speaker, seat of Joburg is under siege. City officials have neglected their oath of office. They have become the new face of politics. Residents of City of Joburg, in these important elections, you must choose between people who want to sing and people who want to fix Joburg. This crisis is not lack of education, Speaker, not lack of talent, but the deliberate exclusion of merit appointments from positions of accountability. Speaker, the person ranked #1 served on provincial health department and many other political positions, and it's public knowledge that of financial crimes committed in the public sector. Political deployment has become the new apartheid. It separates the loyal from the qualified. It replaces thinkers with followers. It silences those who still believe in merit. Education no longer inspires. It humiliates. How do you convince a young girl in Limpopo to complete matric when she sees her councillor can't spell governance, yet controls billions of municipal funds? How do you tell a boy in Mafikeng to study electrical engineering when the tender for electricity is awarded to a DJ? Yes, Helen Zille took a deep dive in a porthole swimming pool created by the lazy, not fit for purpose cadre deployment. The economy doesn't collapse because of lack of minerals or investors. It collapses because of corrupt deployment, the kind that makes a leader think a slogan can build a road and that a struggle song can replace a sound fiscal management. Political deployment has turned public service into personal service. Institutions are no longer centers of excellence. They are shelters of looting public funds. Every appointment is political, not professional. And every professional who dares to challenge the system is pushed out, humiliated, or silenced. In this regard, Speaker, I would think of Babita Diokaran and Pema Fole, many councillors, and many others. May their souls rest in peace. City of Joburg is trapped in party loyalty and a corrupt financial system. The DS government, under incoming Executive Mayor Helen Zille, it is very clear. Helen Zille will restore service delivery, merit appointments. Helen Zille will safeguard the taxpayers' hard-earned money. Helen Zille will hold them accountable, and Helen Zille will apply the rule of law. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say to the officials of the City of Johannesburg, you have helped us with our campaign. You have deliberately worked against the ANC. We can see this in your work, in our communities. You have failed to give service delivery, and we applaud you for working with us as an opposition to bring the ANC below 30%. Speaker, we love the ANC, but the DA rejects this appointment. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bapela, not in the House. Thank you. We close. Councillor J. Cherry from the PA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Deputy President Kenny Kunene, our caucus leader, Joburg 11 councillors. Speaker, the recommended candidate, Mr. Modiba, emerged as a top-performing candidate with the highest interview score of 87.5%. The report further confirms that he possesses the relevant qualifications, extensive experience in communications and public relations.
Colleagues.
And he has served at a senior management level for over a decade. Importantly, the competency assessment found him suitable for appointment, while screening processes revealed no adverse findings. Speaker, while we support the principle of appointing competent leadership, we must also emphasize that this appointment comes with enormous responsibility. The residents of Johannesburg are tired of delayed communication, defensive public relation exercises, and silence during times of crisis. Communication in government cannot merely be about image management. It must be about transparency, responsiveness, honesty, and rebuilding trust between government and communities. The incoming group head must ensure that communication from the city becomes proactive rather than reactive. Residents must receive clear information on service delivery failures, infrastructure challenges, building crisis, public safety concerns, and governance matters. Communities should never feel ignored or abandoned because the communication system of the city has failed them. Speaker, this council must also make it clear that appointments of this nature cannot become political rewards or public relation exercises. The standard must always remain competence, integrity, professionalism, and measurable performance. The people of Johannesburg deserve officials who understand that they serve the public
40
first.
seconds.
Therefore, while supporting the recommendation before Council, we also place on record our expectation that the new group head will strengthen accountability, improve public engagement, modernize communication systems, and help restore confidence in the administration of the city. Johannesburg deserves leadership that communicates with honesty, urgency, and respect for its residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nguze from the African National Congress.
Thank you, Speaker. On item number 8, we strongly believe that it is important to build brand awareness. I think colleagues generally can agree that the city as an organization is facing a lot of challenges from a public perception. With that being said, Speaker, we are also in agreement with the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nguze. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. In this council, we always speak about stability, ensuring that vacancies are filled. And this is one of our priorities as a government of local unity, in line with COCTA requirements that we must have senior management positions filled by people with relevant experience, with the requisite qualifications, as well as professionals who are ethical, where there are no adverse findings against them. And the candidate, Mr. Mutalatala, meets all these requirements, and it's part and parcel of our commitment as the government of local unity to ensure that there is stability and senior managers do their work. And I think our responsibility is to support them We must support senior managers who are committed professionals to do the work for the city of Joburg. That's why COCTA had taken a decision that these positions must be full-time, because senior managers, there must be continuity, and they serve the government of the day. This is a qualified, credible candidate who performed exceptionally well in the interviews, and we ask Council to approve the report.
Thank you so much, MMC. The recommendations are on pages 8.8 to 8.9. Is the item agreed to? Colleagues, those that said yes has got it. The yeses have it. The yeses have it. Councillor Smith, colleagues, please.
In terms of Rule 84, Speaker, will you note our objection and our rights are reserved?
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, there are really no, we've come to the end. There are really no announcements, but I want to just say thanks to all the guests that was here, to the media, and to everybody that watched us on Facebook. Please note that every caucus will receive a letter tomorrow morning. It's good news, but I am not going to say it here. It is good news. You will get it from your caucus leaders, and that is it. I'm not advertising it right now. The meeting is formally adjourned. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think some congratulations is in order for the DA after winning Ward 28 in Mfuleni.
We're in Joburg, we're not in Mfuleni.